Chapter 1942. When the old man heard this, his eyes narrowed again, and he carefully looked at Lu Jinbiao. With this, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Lu Jinbiao's cultivation was only at the Golden Core realm, but when the old man focused on him, he vaguely found that there was an indescribable ancient aura on him, as if he had existed for a very long time. What you're thinking is nothing more than a soul search, but I can tell you that before you finish, my master will come. What awaits your cloud sect is a disaster. Lu Jinbiao coldly said as he looked at the old man. Even if Empyrean Exalt Guya comes, he will have to tell me that you deceived me first. The old man couldn't see through Lu Jinbiao, which was very rare for him. Lu Jinbiao's calmness was very real. If he didn't have someone to rely on, how could he be like this? Old man Lu Jinbiao, I've cultivated the Tao of deception my entire life. So what if I deceived your little cloud sect? Did I deceive your lives or magic treasures? I just brought some mortals who yearn for immortal cultivation here to trade for some medicinal pills. Do you really think I'm interested in those medicinal pills? Lu Jinbiao's expression was one of scorn as he laughed. He slapped his bag of holding, causing a large amount of medicinal pills to appear. They piled up in front of him like a small mountain. Look carefully. There are dozens of pills here that belong to your cloud sect. To me, these pills are just a side effect of deceiving others. Do you really think I'm interested in these pills? Lu Jinbiao laughed and waved his right hand. Popping sounds could be heard as the pills shattered into powder. This sudden scene caused the old man to be stunned for a moment. Forget pills. I've even deceived a lot of magic treasures. But do you think I'm interested in them? Lu Jinbiao sneered and slapped his bag of holding again. Immediately, dozens of magic treasures that could be used by Golden Core cultivators flew out. With a flick of his sleeve, they all collapsed and turned into fragments. I'm telling you, these things aren't worthy of your great, celestial Jinbiao's eyes at all. If you dare to search my soul, I'll destroy your cloud sect. Think about it yourself. Goodbye. Lu Jinbiao sneered and waved his sleeves. He no longer looked at the stunned old man and walked out of the palace. As he walked, not a single drop of cold sweat could be seen on his body. His heartbeat was as normal as ever. At this moment, he was completely convinced of what he had just said, so how could he be afraid? After Lu Jinbiao left the palace, the old man's expression was grim and constantly changing. He stared at the shattered medicinal pills and magical items in front of him, and in that moment, couldn't make sense of what Lu Jinbiao had just said. He had never experienced such a thing before. Is what he said true or false? If it was fake, how could he be so calm? How could he destroy so many pills and magical treasures without a care? Although they were all low-level items, it was clear that he had deceived too many people. There had to be a reason why he hadn't died after deceiving them for so long. If what he said is true, I really can't provoke him. After all, he's right. He didn't swindle anyone's life, nor did he swindle precious treasures. He only swindled some very low-grade medicinal pills. The old man was stunned for a while. At this moment, Lu Jinbiao walked out of the palace, but there were Cloud Sect disciples blocking him. This scene was clearly seen by Wang Lin, and he couldn't help but be startled. He originally thought that Lu Jinbiao would suffer a bit, but there had been too many twists and turns. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but admire Lu Jinbiao. This act is too real. Wang Lin bitterly smiled and shook his head. The old man stared at Lu Jinbiao, who was being blocked by the Cloud Sect disciples, and he began to struggle in his heart. If I knew it would be so complicated, the old man wouldn't have bothered with him. There was no need to capture him, although it's better to believe it than not. If I let him leave just like this and be scared by his words, it would be too. The old man clenched his teeth, his eyes lit up, and he was about to speak. However, just at this moment, Lu Jinbiao suddenly turned around and slapped his bag of holding. A palm-sized black wooden token appeared in his hand, and he waved it at the old man inside the palace. Lu Jinbiao's expression was calm as he coldly said, "After reading it, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to think about it." The old man took the black wooden token and glanced at it. His expression immediately changed. There were two words clearly written on the wooden token. Lonely Cliff. The material is ordinary. It's just a piece of wood, but there's a faint aura on it that makes my heart tremble. This aura is filled with the feeling of death. It's extremely extraordinary. Also, these words have an extremely proud aura. This is definitely not something an ordinary cultivator could write. These words contain the universe. The old man was skeptical before, but now that he saw the wooden token, he was 70% to 80% confident. If Lu Jinbiao had taken out the wooden token at the beginning, the old man would have been suspicious. However, after hearing what Lu Jinbiao had said, the effect of taking out the wooden token was completely different. 1, 2, Lu Jinbiao said slowly. Before he could say 3, the old man gritted his teeth and waved his right hand, sending the wooden medallion flying toward Lu Jinbiao. Lu Jinbiao grabbed it, and a grim voice echoed in his ears. Open the sect and let him go. All the Cloud Sect cultivators outside the palace were startled. The Cloud Sect was only the lowest sect in the Great Sage Continent. They only had one third-step cultivator, the Nirvana Void Ancestor, who was in closed-door cultivation year-round. As for the old man, he was only at the Heaven's Blight stage. He didn't dare to gamble for such a small matter. Lu Jinbiao's expression remained the same as he let out a cold snort in his heart. He walked out of the cloud gate and turned into a ray of light that flew off into the distance. After flying for a long time, he landed in a forest deep in the mountains. The moment he landed, Lu Jinbiao's face turned pale and his body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with fear and lingering fear. So dangerous. Damn it, this old man's reputation was almost ruined in the Great Sage Continent. After resting for a long time, Lu Jinbiao took a deep breath and felt his heart ache. It's a pity there were so many medicinal pills. AI, he thought. AI, I was too good at acting. Even I thought I was telling the truth, just now. I didn't care about those medicinal pills at all. But I destroyed too many medicinal pills. Lu Jinbiao's heart ached, and when he thought about how carefree he had been with the wave of his sleeve, he felt even more regret. I should have taken out less. It's over. These years were wasted for nothing. Alas, forget it. I'll just start over again. Lu Jinbiao, was born with a special talent. Even if 1,000 gold is lost, it will come back. Lu Jinbiao took a deep breath and was about to sit down to cultivate to calm his mind. However, just at this moment, a calm voice came from behind him. You have already completed the second step of the Tao of deception. The voice was too sudden, causing Lu Jinbiao to tremble in fear. However, he quickly calmed down. His expression was cold as he turned around. He saw a white-robed young man with a head full of white hair, looking at him with bright eyes. It looks like your Cloud Sect is really courting death. Lu Jinbiao slowly said, but deep down, he had an indescribable feeling toward the person before him. This feeling made him feel fear, even after he had quickly deceived himself. I'm not a member of the Cloud Sect. Wang Lin smiled faintly as he looked at Lu Jinbiao. He sat down and waved his right hand. A wine jug appeared in his hand, and he took a sip. It doesn't matter what sect you come from. If you dare to hurt me at all, my master will immediately come and destroy your body and soul. Lu Jinbiao subconsciously took a few steps back, his body trembling. To his astonishment, he suddenly felt as if he were on the verge of collapse in the second step of the Tao of deception. It was as if the person in front of him was not someone he could deceive. He didn't have this feeling when he was at the Cloud Sect, and he had never felt it in his entire life. As he trembled, he leaned against a big tree and stared at Wang Lin. My master is Empyrean Exalt Guya Undergrand Empyrean Gemini. I cultivate the Tao of deception and obtain my master's approval. I have my master's token. Lu Jinbiao trembled and immediately took out the black wooden token. Just as he was about to gesture, Wang Lin reached out and the wooden token flew toward Wang Lin. You did it quite well. You must have deceived yourself in the second step of the Tao of deception. You repeatedly told yourself that you were Empyrean Exalt Guya and then wrote it down stroke by stroke. As for the aura on the wooden token, it is a very rich death aura. You must have found a corpse, and this corpse must have been a powerful cultivator. You placed the wooden token around the corpse for many years, so it was contaminated with this shocking death aura. Wang Lin looked at it and smiled. Every time Wang Lin spoke, Lu Jinbiao's face would turn a bit paler. When Wang Lin finished speaking, Lu Jinbiao's mind rumbled. The second step of the Tao of deception, deceiving himself, collapsed, and he collapsed to the ground. This kind of thing was beyond his imagination. He had cheated for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who could see through him at a glance. This was not the main point. The main point was that Wang Lin knew the Tao of deception he had comprehended. He also knew the second step of the Tao of deception. He knew that the second step of the Tao of deception was deceiving himself. Even looking at Wang Lin's smile, Lu Jinbiao felt like his soul was about to leave his body. It was as if there was a memory deep in his soul that made him fear this person. The more he looked at Wang Lin, the more familiar he felt, as if he had seen Wang Lin somewhere before. "You? Who are you?" His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with indescribable fear. He's actually showing signs of breaking the seal on his own. Wang Lin's expression flickered with surprise. He could clearly see that the seal on Lu Jinbiao's memories from before his reincarnation was beginning to loosen. "It seems like the seal on the memories of my previous life can be broken without me having to open it if there's any provocation," Meng Hao murmured. A thoughtful look could be seen in Wang Lin's eyes. Chapter 1943. How do you know about my Tao of deception? "You? Who the hell are you?" Lu Jinbiao's body trembled. The fear that came from his soul overlapped with the panic he felt. It was as if this wasn't the first time he had encountered this. It was as if he had experienced this a long time ago. "You told me yourself." Wang Lin took a sip of wine. "This is impossible. My master is Emperor Exalt Guya. If you hurt me, your soul will be destroyed. Also, I've never seen you before, and I've never lied to you. Why did you come to find me?" The fear in Lu Jinbiao's eyes became even stronger, and his words became even more chaotic. Could it be that you were a kindred spirit?" Lu Jinbiao didn't know what to think as he stared at Wang Lin. "Your name is Lu Jinbiao, and my name is Wang Lin. Can you remember?" Wang Lin put down the jug of wine and looked at Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin, very familiar. Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with confusion, and there was a hint of struggle. It was as if he was immersed in a strange state. Soon, his body began to tremble, and his face was filled with pain. "It looks like he can't break the seal on his own. Joey can't, and he can't. I wonder if anyone else can break the seal on their own and recover their memories." Wang Lin sighed. He couldn't bear to see Lu Jinbiao in pain, so he raised his right hand and pointed at Lu Jinbiao's forehead. With this, Lu Jinbiao's mind rumbled as if millions of thunder had exploded at the same time. His vision became blurry as he vaguely saw his experiences over the past few hundred years. His cultivation of the Tao of deception. Great Celestial Jinbiao, the immortal Celestial. This is a good saying. From now on, all of you can call each other that. This old man's surname is Lu, so I'll be called Lu Jinbiao. This name is so domineering. Once you become a celestial, even chickens and dogs will rise to the heavens. Haha, I even created this saying. With this saying, I'll definitely make a fortune in the Great Sage Continent. I can't stay here for long. It's better to go to the Great Sage Continent. This celestial reincarnated and naturally has the appearance of a child. How could mortals like you understand this? You mortal, you're very interesting. You want to kneel before a celestial, but not to become a celestial. This is easy to handle. Sigh, maybe I was a big liar in my previous life. Otherwise, why would I be so sensible and know how to deceive people? You look like a thief. You're definitely not a good person. What's your name? What? You think you should be called Su Ligua? What was there to say about this name? Fine, I'll give you some good fortune. Go to the Central Continent. Yes, the Central Continent. This great immortal will perform a divination for you. You will have good fortune there. This is the first time this immortal has descended into the mortal world. Your ancestors are virtuous. Forget it. I'll stay here and perform rituals for you. I'm only 7 years old this year, but I've scammed almost everyone in this village. Looks like I'll have to go somewhere else to develop. Ah, little brother, this rock candy is not bad. Let me have a bite, okay? His last memory was when he was 4 years old and he went to scam the kid next door for candied fruit. These scenes of the past echoed in his mind, creating countless rumbling sounds. It was as if these memories had been swept up into a vortex that devoured all of his divine sense. As the rumbling sounds grew even more intense, he saw another part of his life. He saw his life of arduous cultivation. In order to make himself stronger, he slowly figured out the Tao of deception. With a magical treasure, he was almost invincible. However, in the end, he fell in front of a cultivator named Wang Lin. After countless years, he followed that person until he was reincarnated. He remembered his good friend Su Ligua. Although Su Liyuan had done some things to him that made him very uncomfortable, the two of them were birds of a feather and became good friends. The memories of the two lives gradually overlapped until Lu Jinbiao's vision was no longer blurry. He stared at Wang Lin, who was drinking wine, and a moment later, tears began to flow. All of this was so unreal, like a dream. When he closed his eyes, he was still in the cave world. When he opened his eyes, everything in the dream was unforgettable. Now that he had woken up, he was still a bit confused. However, this confusion immediately dissipated when he saw Wang Lin. Master. Lu Jinbiao's eyes were filled with excitement. No matter how much he had cheated in his life, he had never felt so excited from the bottom of his heart like this. Wang Lin also revealed a happy smile as he looked at Lu Jinbiao. He laughed and handed over the wine in his hand. Let's drink to our meeting on the immortal astral continent. Lu Jinbiao's hands trembled as he took the wine jug and took a big gulp. The spicy wine entered his stomach and turned into a wave of warm air that spread throughout Lu Jinbiao's body, making him feel refreshed. Lu Jinbiao looked at the wine jug in his hand and muttered, I originally thought that my Tao of deception had reached the peak of the second step in the cave world. I could instantly deceive myself and make myself believe everything. However, this dreamlike reincarnation made me understand that this is the true second step of the Tao of deception. If I had understood this earlier, I would have deceived myself that I was a good person for 9 lives. I fear that after reincarnation, I would have continued to deceive myself. Lu Jinbiao shook his head as he looked at Wang Lin. The excitement in his eyes was slowly hidden as he got up and bowed deeply at Wang Lin. Why are you bowing to me? Wang Lin smiled as he looked at Lu Jinbiao. Master gave me a new life, so I have to bow. Master let me use reincarnation to understand the true Tao of deception, so I have to bow. I'm not your master. Before reincarnation, you were free, and after reincarnation, you are still free. Wang Lin shook his head. Lu Jinbiao blinked and wryly smiled as he quickly said, the immortal astral continent, is too dangerous. It is better to follow Master. Wang Lin laughed and looked at Lu Jinbiao. His smile became even happier. Forget it, follow me. With me here, I'll naturally protect you. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept him and Lu Jinbiao into the sky. I'm going to the Donglin sect. Come with me. Now that your memory has been restored, it will be easy for you to cultivate your previous life. Lu Jinbiao hesitated and whispered, Master, in my memory of this life, I seem to have seen Su Ligua. In the sky, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lu Jinbiao. Where have you seen him before? At that time, I hadn't recovered the memories of my previous life. I once met a bandit in the Tianshui continent of the eastern region. He looked extremely ferocious and said that he should be called Su Ligua because I was rather famous in that area. Not famous, not famous. He invited me to the mountain as if to serve him and asked me to give him some pointers. I randomly gave him some pointers and told him to go to the central continent. As Lu Jinbiao spoke, he felt quite embarrassed. That was hundreds of years ago. Lu Jinbiao added, Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment. The image of Su Ligua flattering him appeared in his mind, and he slowly smiled. With Su Ligua's personality, he won't suffer a loss. If he is still here, then he must have found some celestial fate. I'm going to the Central Continent in a few days, so I'll see if I can meet him. If I can really meet him, I wonder what kind of expression he will have when he sees me. Wang Lin's smile became even wider. Lu Jinbiao chuckled on the side. He was the first to follow his master after reincarnating, and this Su Ligua was going to be behind him. If he could meet him, he would take advantage of the fact that Su Ligua hadn't recovered his memory to repay him for what he did in the cave world, who told him to always be proud of being the first to follow master and bully me. Lu Jinbiao couldn't help but look forward to it. Lu Jinbiao wasn't very familiar with Wang Lin. Even though he faintly remembered someone who wanted to be a king being tricked by him, he had long forgotten about it. Wang Lin took Lu Jinbiao and flew toward the Donglin sect. The Donglin sect was the #1 sect in the Great Sage Continent. It was one of the 9 sects of Ashur San's sect. It had always been mysterious, and very few outsiders knew about its background. Wang Lin had been to the Donglin sect in the illusion of the cave world. At this moment, he closed in on the Donglin sect. The land before him and the Donglin sect were vaguely familiar. The location of the Donglin sect was very ordinary. It was a mountain range with valleys, basins, and all kinds of natural formations. The Donglin sect protection formation couldn't stop Wang Lin. Wang Lin took Lu Jinbiao to the Donglin sect. He didn't immediately go to the Donglin pool, but went to the cave world's illusion where the 7-colored celestial sovereign Su Dao lived. At the bottom of the small mountain, Wang Lin heard the sound of the river and saw a clear river. There were many fish playing in the river, and there was a boy fetching water. Wang Lin walked up the stone steps, and Lu Jinbiao followed behind him. As the two of them moved, there were cultivators that passed by them, but they didn't notice them at all. It was as if they weren't in the same space. When Wang Lin stepped onto the top of the stone steps, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and rain came without a trace. Large drops of rain fell onto the stone tiles outside Wang Lin's eyes. As the rain fell, it caused ripples to appear on the stone tiles. A large amount of water vapor appeared as if it was going to rise into the sky, but it dissipated in the air. The scene was very similar to the illusion from back then. This caused Wang Lin to have an indescribable feeling. It was as if his entire person had ascended in this rain. Under the rain, Wang Lin stood there with his eyes closed, motionless. I have something to say to everyone. The celestial defying heavens is about to end. About 2 months. During the end of the palace, it is very difficult for ear to erupt. I want to write an ending that I'm satisfied with and not end it in a rush. Perhaps that way, the results will be better, but there will be regrets. When the time is right, ear will erupt. I hope everyone can understand that I'm also very sad. It's not because of the monthly votes, but because it's about to end. The battle armor hasn't rusted, and the unsheathed sword is still sharp. I just want to calm down and quietly wash the blood off the sword and armor as I sleep under the setting sun. However, ear still wants a monthly votes. From beginning to end, ear will erupt to get the monthly votes. I won't erupt much during the last month. As for the monthly votes, I'll ask for them on the next day. As for whether they will be given or not, I can't control it. However, whether I want them or not is my belief. Chapter 1944. At a different time, in a different space, between illusion and reality, Wang Lin stood in the same place. This was an extremely rare thing. Wang Lin didn't know if others had experienced it, but he knew he was experiencing it. He stood there like he was in the dream Tao on Suzaku. His entire body seemed to sublimate, as if he had gained enlightenment. Under the rain, although his eyes were closed, the world was in his heart, and everything had spirit. It was like a wanderer who had left home for decades. At a special moment, he suddenly saw a familiar scene, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember where this familiarity came from. Wang Lin closed his eyes and connected this familiar feeling with the scene in the cave world. He used his body as a link to form an invisible line that connected the cave world and the immortal astral continent. The falling rain is very familiar. The sound of the rain hitting the stone floor is also familiar. Wang Lin muttered to himself. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at the small mountain, the temple, the square, and the furnace in the square. All of this made him understand something. Life is like a dream is like life. This is what I comprehended in the Dream Tao on Suzuki. I know this comprehension is not the end. Wang Lin's expression was calm, without any fluctuations. He stood there in the rain, untainted by the mortal world. Lu Jinbiao stood behind Wang Lin and looked a bit confused. Wang Lin didn't say it in his heart, but muttered what he had comprehended. When Lu Jinbiao heard it, he seemed to understand something. I use my left hand as life and my right hand as death. I use the open palm as karmic cause and the closed palm as karmic effect. I use my eyes to be real and my eyes to be closed as false. I use these three forms to outline a world that belongs to me. A world where life is like a dream. I once saw rain in this same place in the illusion. Now I'm standing here in the real world, and I also see this rain. The world is in my eyes, and I see it. Because I can see it, I exist. The rain caused the surroundings to become hazy. Some disciples rushed up from the foot of the mountain and walked past Wang Lin. The rain had come too quickly, so most of the disciples weren't prepared in advance. However, these people didn't seem to see Wang Lin and Lu Jinbiao. It was as if they didn't exist. I use my eyes to see the world. Every blade of grass and every tree is in my eyes. I used to think that when I opened my eyes, the world was real, but when I closed my eyes, everything was an illusion. What was real and what was false was a reflection of the heart. I thought that everything was false. I thought that when I closed my eyes, every blade of grass and every tree would disappear. But would they really disappear? What does it mean to exist, and what does it mean to not exist? I use my eyes to see the world. I look at the world, and the world looks back at me. When I close my eyes, everything is empty. If the heavens close their eyes, does that mean that I am nothing? Wang Lin looked up into the sky along with the falling rain. I don't understand what Master is saying, but I feel that reincarnation allowed me to understand the second step of the Tao of deception. The so-called deceiving oneself isn't actually about believing it and reaching perfection. It's a method of proving one's Tao. When one believes the world, the cycle of reincarnation, and the passage of time all believe it, although it is said that I deceived myself. The truth is that I deceived reincarnation. I deceived reincarnation, so I am free and unfettered. Heaven and earth can't go against my will, and reincarnation can't stop my spirit. I deceived the heavens, the earth, and the passage of time. I didn't understand this before, but after I awakened after reincarnation, I understood. Lu Jinbiao stood behind Wang Lin and muttered to himself. Who determined the 3,000 great Taos? Who chose to abandon all things in the world? The Tao of deception is despised by all living beings and is viewed as shameless. However, they don't know that the Tao of deception is based on the heart. Among the three great Taos, the Tao of deception must be one of them. Lu Jinbiao's dream from his previous life was not something that could be trampled on by anyone. He wanted the Tao of deception to become one of the 3,000 great Taos. Even in this life, he was still the same. Heaven and earth contain the essence, and we cultivate the essence. Master once said that once the essence is formed, we can step into the third step of cultivation. In my opinion, the Tao of deception also has 3 steps. The first is to deceive others. The second is to deceive yourself. When you reach the third step, you will experience the feeling that you don't see a mountain and the feeling that you don't see water. Then you will return to your true self and have the heart to deceive others. Others is just a general term. In truth, it includes the heavens, the earth, the passage of time, and everything. Deceive the heavens, deceive the earth, deceive the passage of time, and deceive the great Taos of heaven and earth. If you can deceive even the Tao, then I will become an immortal. All Taos are of the same origin. My third step is to return to the true self. It is the same as what Master said before. If you close your eyes, then you don't know whether or not all things will disappear. If the heavens close their eyes, then you and I don't know whether or not we will exist. It is the same principle, Lu Jinbiao murmured. The confusion in his mind after awakening in this life gradually became clear. In the end, it was like thunder splitting the void, and his eyes shined brightly. His words fell into Wang Lin's ears, causing Wang Lin to tremble. At the same time, he began to understand. Whether it was him or Lu Jinbiao, they were both struggling to understand their own Taoists. The path of the Tao was lonely, but if they could see the Tao of others, then their path would not be lonely, and they would be able to prove their own Tao. You use deception as your Tao to deceive the heavens and the earth. I use life as my Tao to overturn the world, to correct my reflection. Between you and me, we are both cultivation of the heart. Wang Lin closed his eyes. The world is in my eyes, and the heavens and the earth are my appearance. If I close my eyes, the heavens and the earth do not exist. If the heavens and the earth close their eyes, then I exist. If I can do it, if I open my eyes, then the heavens and the earth close their eyes. If I am deathless, then the heavens and the earth fall asleep. Then I can achieve immortal ascension. Wang Lin took a deep breath and then opened his eyes. I have experienced life and death. I have walked through karma. Amidst the true and false, within the cycle of reincarnation, I have searched for a version of myself that has sunk into the sea of bitterness. If there is a fourth Tao in the essence of the illusory, then it would be reincarnation. This reincarnation is not the reincarnation of life and death, but the reincarnation of heaven and earth, not the yellow springs, but the great Tao of the universe. The reincarnation of all living beings. Wang Lin took a deep breath and then began to walk forward through the rain. Imprison the Tao of the heavens. All living beings must transcend immeasurable tribulations. Leave the depths of the abyss. Escape the will of the heavens. Obtain the Tao of the next life. Serve the Tao of the true cultivation. Lock the fate of the heavens and seal the underworld. Those who cannot obtain the true Tao will sink into the sea of bitterness and forever lose the true Tao. Serve the Tao of the true cultivation. As Wang Lin walked forward, the strange Tao scripture he had heard in the cave world appeared in his mind. He understood. This Tao scripture was very complicated. Back then, he was only ignorant, but now, on the immortal astral continent, on this small mountain in the Donglin sect, he understood the meaning of the Tao scripture. Those who cannot obtain the true Tao will sink into the sea of bitterness and forever lose the true Tao. All living beings must transcend immeasurable tribulations. Leave the depths of the abyss. I have comprehended life and death. Life and death are like a rope. One end is life and the other end is death. When they are connected, they form a circle. I have comprehended karma. Karma is like a net formed by countless lives and deaths. It is difficult for all living beings to break free from it. I've come to understand true and false. True and false are like a dream. Everyone has a dream in their heart. When you think you've woken up, you don't know that your world is just a dream. Everything around you is just a part of your dream. Living beings are trapped in their own dreams, unable to truly awaken. It's like there's a circle surrounding you, layer upon layer. When you think you've walked out of the circle and woken up, you don't know that you're still in another circle. Now I have the answer to Li Qianmei's 3 questions. I connected life and death together to form a net of karma. I used true and false to open my eyes from the dream and cast a net. I fished out a fish from the reincarnation cycle formed by the dream of all living beings. That fish is me. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he walked forward. He understood that this matter was also related to Lu Jinbiao. If not for his Tao of deception, Wang Lin would still be confused and unable to see through his 3 ethereal essences. Lu Jinbiao followed and seemed to gain some enlightenment. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he vaguely felt like the current Wang Lin was different from before. He couldn't tell what was different. It was as if there was always a layer of fog around Wang Lin. This fog couldn't be seen clearly, it was just a feeling. It was as if he was in a dream and was very unreal. But now, it was as if Wang Lin had truly awakened from his dream, and everything became clear. This Donglin sect is extremely mysterious to me. The disciples of this sect almost never go out and only cultivate in the sect. I originally thought this was the sect's rule and tradition, but when I stepped into this place, I felt a sense of familiarity and gained enlightenment about Tao. All of this is related to my state of mind, but more importantly, it is related to this place. Standing on the square on the small mountain, Wang Lin's body flickered and he appeared on top of the palace in the distance. He stood there and let the mountain wind blow against his white hair and clothes. He looked down at most of the Donglin sect. In his view, the entire Donglin sect was very large. He saw many Donglin sect disciples rushing through the rain and many cultivators cultivating in their residences. He also saw the beauty of the mountain and the vitality of the green trees in the wind and rain. As he looked, sadness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Su Dao, I don't know if this sect was like this when you were here, but now, this Donglin sect is a dead sect. All of this is a dream. No wonder the Donglin sect is so mysterious. No wonder its disciples rarely go out. Wang Lin let out a sigh. After closing his eyes, he slowly opened them. He saw a scene that outsiders couldn't see. First update, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1945. The Green Mountain was no longer green. It had turned into a barren mountain of death. The green water was no longer clear, and it gave off a fishy smell. Even the wind that blew by was filled with vicissitudes and sorrow, as well as the smell of decay. The beautiful pavilions and halls were covered in dust and had lost all signs of life. They were in a state of decline. Many of the stone steps on the small mountains were damaged, and a large amount of broken stones seemed to be playing a sad song in the wind. The Donglin sect disciples that Wang Lin had seen moving were all on the square, the palaces, and the stone steps. No one knew how long they had been dead, but their bodies had long since decayed and turned into skeletons. There were also the Donglin sect disciples sitting in their residences. They were all skeletons. This was a dead sect. There was no sign of life, and it was surrounded by a dense death aura. However, in this Donglin sect, under this dense death aura, there was a dream barrier. This dream barrier was formed by the illusions of countless people before they died. It seemed like the disciples of the Donglin sect didn't know they were dead when they died. They were still cultivating in that dream. This was also why when Wang Lin and Lu Jinbiao stood there and the Donglin sect disciples walked past them, they didn't notice them at all. It wasn't that Wang Lin didn't exist, it was that they didn't exist. It wasn't appropriate to call them ghosts. From what Wang Lin could see, there were no ghosts here. There was only a dream barrier that didn't know death. Under this dream barrier, even if an outsider came here, it would be difficult for them to discover anything. In fact, if they were attracted by it, they would even see illusions. In truth, this was because the dream barrier of an outsider had fused with this place and had fused with it. Since ancient times, this place had been destroyed for countless years. Wang Lin didn't know how long it had been. However, he knew that perhaps many people had come here and hadn't noticed that this was actually a dead sect. They came here as guests and then left. However, he couldn't be the first person to notice this. This was because he saw that at the center of the Donglin sect, there was a giant palace with a sorrowful vitality silently existing. That life was filled with loneliness and sorrow. It was like a young child who had lost all his family after his home was destroyed. He wept mournfully for a long time in the ruins, silently protecting his family. There was no one to keep him company, only ruins of death and corpses. The loneliness and sorrow caused everyone's dreams to form. The illusory mountains and rivers, the illusory flourishing sect, and the illusory disciples of the Donglin sect came to keep him company. before Wang Lin had gained enlightenment of his own ethereal essence. Even if he'd come here, he wouldn't have been able to see it. But now he could see it and feel it. Sighing, he closed his eyes again. When the wind passed and he opened his eyes, the decay and death of the Donglin sect were gone. What replaced them were scenes of abundant life force and the disciples cultivating. "Let's go," Wang Lin said softly and walked forward. Lu Jinbiao couldn't see the changes here, but he could vaguely feel that something was wrong. He looked around for a while before following Wang Lin. As they moved forward, faint ripples appeared around Wang Lin's body. These ripples couldn't be seen by others. This was Wang Lin letting himself go and allowing himself to merge with the dream here. When he and Lu Jinbiao landed on the land of the Donglin sect, they saw two rays of light coming from the distance. They turned into a man and a woman, two cultivators. These two cultivators were not old. The man was very handsome, and he didn't show any disrespect. Instead, he revealed a respectful expression. The woman beside him was very beautiful. She looked at Wang Lin with curiosity in her eyes. "Senior, Junior is here to invite Senior to the Donglin Palace by the order of the ancestor." The young man smiled and clasped his hands. His tone was respectful, and his expression was the same. The woman beside him also clasped her hands, and her gaze swept past Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at the two Donglin sect disciples and let out a sigh. His expression softened, and he nodded. Under the guidance of the two Donglin sect disciples, Wang Lin flew toward the Donglin Palace at the center of the sect. The Donglin sect was very big. Along the way, Wang Lin saw many scenes of life within the Donglin sect. He saw many celestial cranes flying in the sky. Whether it was the herb gardens or the residences of the disciples, there were cultivators either cultivating alone or chatting with each other. When the wind blew, it contained dense celestial spiritual energy, making it seem like an otherworldly celestial realm. Along the way, Wang Lin saw some Donglin sect disciples flying by. When they saw him, they revealed themselves and clasped their hands respectfully. The people of the Donglin sect were very gentle. They were very polite to Wang Lin, as if Wang Lin was an important guest of the sect. When they were about to get close to the Donglin Palace at the center, two rays of light flew into the air and arrived before Wang Lin. Hearty laughter echoed. "Don't, Sun Lian, you two can leave." As the laughter echoed, two cultivators appeared. The one who spoke was an old man, and beside him was a middle-aged man. They smiled and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. Both of them were golden exalts and were extremely extraordinary. The old man laughed heartily and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. "I'm Su Yaoyan, the head elder of the Donglin sect. I'm here on the order of the ancestor to lead Senior to the Donglin Palace. Junior He Dao, the sect master of the Donglin sect, greets Senior." The middle-aged man smiled, and his expression was very polite. Looking at the two of them, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. What kind of loneliness could make someone form a dream barrier to accompany them? "Let's go," Wang Lin sighed and said to the two of them. Under the accompaniment of these two golden exalts, they gave Wang Lin enough respect to arrive at the center of the Donglin sect, the holy land of the entire Donglin sect, the Donglin Palace. "The ancestor is inside. We don't have an audience, so it's not convenient for us to enter. Senior, please enter by yourself." The old man with the hearty laughter clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said respectfully. Wang Lin nodded and looked at the door of the Donglin Palace. In truth, he could have broken the dream barrier and come here by himself. He could have walked into the palace that was filled with sadness. There was no need for him to talk to some illusory figures in the dream barrier. However, he didn't do so. He could feel the sadness and loneliness. He gave the ancestor of the Donglin sect respect, and in exchange, the ancestor gave Wang Lin the same respect in the dream barrier. "Jin Biao, wait for me outside," Wang Lin said softly as he walked toward the Donglin Palace. After Lu Jinbiao respectfully nodded, he subconsciously looked around. He felt that there was something strange about this place, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He slowly walked toward the Donglin Palace. When Wang Lin's right foot completely stepped into the palace, an ancient voice filled with loneliness and sadness echoed in the palace. "You're here." In the palace, there were 3 huge statues in front of Wang Lin. The statues were of 2 men and 1 woman. They were looking toward the east with smiles on their faces, and there was a powerful aura coming from the 3 statues. Sitting cross-legged beneath the statue was an old man dressed in a gray robe. His face was covered with brown spots, and he looked like an old man in his twilight years. His expression was bitter and filled with endless sadness. He was sitting there, but aside from the sadness, there was also a powerful aura buried deep inside his body. This aura surpassed all the Empyrean exalts Wang Lin had seen. "You're here." Wang Lin let out a sigh as he walked toward the old man and sat down. He raised his right hand and took out a jug of wine. "Do you want it?" Wang Lin handed the jug to the old man. The old man pondered for a moment before taking the jug and taking a sip. "I feel a familiar aura from you. This should not be your first time here." The old man raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. "I came here in my dream." Wang Lin took out a second jug and took a sip. The old man looked at the door of the palace and slowly said, "Maybe. I've been sitting here for a long time. Maybe you really came here in your dream." The old man softly asked, "Is the Donglin sect in your dream the same as it is now?" "It's the same." Wang Lin looked at the old man. He could feel the old man's sadness. "Thank you." The old man closed his eyes, and 2 streams of tears slowly flowed down. With his cultivation level, he shouldn't have known what tears were, but after hearing Wang Lin say it's the same, tears flowed down. "I've been sitting here for a long time, and you're the only person who gave me a sense of familiarity after seeing all of this. This is my home. I left a long time ago and became an ascendant Empyrean. When I returned home, it was already like this." The old man opened his eyes, which were filled with pain and sadness. Wang Lin silently pondered. "I don't know who did it. I can't find out. Even Grand Empyreans can't find out. I can only sit here and weave a dream with my memories. I'll let this dream accompany me so that the Donglin sect can continue to exist until the day I die." The old man's voice was soft and hoarse. Wang Lin looked at the old man and didn't speak. What kind of emotion could make a person like this? What kind of sadness could make a person deceive themselves with a dream? What kind of loneliness could make a person use illusions and memories to accompany them? If Wan Air never awakens, if Ping Air can't open his eyes, if Suzaku is destroyed, perhaps I'll be like him. I'll sit alone in the vast expanse of space on my own cultivation planet. I'll use dreams to numb myself and weave a dream world. There will be my parents, me, Wan Air, Ping Air, and many familiar faces. If that day comes, perhaps I'll do the same. The old man suddenly said something that shocked Wang Lin. "Lock the fate of the heavens and seal the dark dynasty. Those who can't obtain the true Tao will sink into the sea of bitterness and forever lose the true Tao. I will follow the path of the true Tao." These words were written on a stone tablet by the murderer with the blood of my Donglin sex people. There will be more updates. Will there still be monthly tickets? Chapter 1946. I've been studying this sentence for countless years. I want to know who the person who destroyed my Donglin sect is and what kind of thoughts he has. My Donglin sect has always stood aloof from worldly affairs and has strict rules. Few disciples go out, much less make enemies with others. Even I have made many friends on the path of the Celestials, and I'm focused on cultivating. But even so, the Donglin sect, my home, was still destroyed by someone. I want to find the Grand Empyreans to divinate all the changes in the world, but I couldn't divinate the karma of my Donglin sect. I visited the 5 Grand Empyreans and the Imperial Teacher one by one, but the results were the same. Only the Imperial Teacher coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with fear. However, that fear only dissipated for a moment and was replaced with confusion. He was confused for 3 days, and I watched him for 3 days. 3 days later, he woke up and forgot the result he had divinated for me. It was as if an invisible force had erased his memories from the past few days. The old man murmured. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but now they were filled with hatred and madness. I can't understand that stone tablet, but I imprinted that writing in my soul. This is the only clue. I have to find that person. The old man took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "Do you want to see that stone tablet?" Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he nodded. The old man, with his eyes closed, seemed to be able to sense it. He lifted his right hand and swung it outwards. With that wave, an aura of decay and death immediately filled the hall. The entire hall seemed to have experienced the changes of time, as if countless years had passed in an instant. It went from its glory to decay. The hall was covered in dust, and cracks had appeared on the pillars. Even the 3 statues behind the old man had suddenly changed, becoming extremely dilapidated. Cracks appeared on the ground under the old man, as if it was in ruins. Not only that, but it was also the same on the outside. It was as if the decaying wind swept across the entire Donglin sect with this palace as the center. Outside the temple, the square was shattered, and the palaces and pavilions became ancient. The mountains were no longer green and had become dead. The water had dried up, and even if there was still some, it gave off a foul smell. There were also the Donglin sect disciples. Even the 2 golden exalts had disappeared and no longer existed. The entire Donglin sect had turned into a land of death. Only the skeletons remained on the ground and inside the house. Lu Jinbiao stood outside the temple and stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. His pupils shrank, and he finally knew why he had that strange feeling. There was a skeleton beside him, and the eyes of the skeleton seemed to be looking at him and the heavens. A giant stone tablet stood outside the temple after the wind of decay swept the Donglin sect. It was more than 1,000 feet tall, as if it had appeared out of thin air. There was a line of blood on the stone tablet. Lock the fate of the heavens and seal the dark dynasty. Those who can't obtain the true Tao will sink into the sea of bitterness and forever lose the true Tao. This is the path of cultivation. The words were no longer bright red. They had long since dried up and turned dark brown. An indescribably terrifying aura spread out from the stone tablet and covered the entire Donglin sect. It caused the sky to change color and turn into darkness. It was as if a giant hand had covered the eyes of the sky. It was as if this power had made the heavens blind. It's this stone tablet. The old man stared at the stone tablet outside the temple behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the stone tablet. The moment he saw the stone tablet, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. He had seen this kind of stone tablet before. He had seen it in the 7-colored realm. He originally thought that the stone tablet in the 7-colored realm was made by the sovereign, but now it looked like it was completely different from what he had imagined. It was definitely not the case. What shocked Wang Lin even more was the writing on the stone tablet. Wang Lin was very familiar with this writing. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. It was as if he had seen someone personally write it somewhere before. The writing could be imitated, but the aura from the writing was extremely difficult to imitate. What Wang Lin was familiar with wasn't just the writing, but also the aura from the writing. Tian Yunzi. Wang Lin was startled. How could he forget this aura? This aura belonged to someone he dreaded the most in the cave world. This person was part of the heavenly Tao, and this person had been destroyed by Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin had suspected that Tian Yunzi wasn't dead. This writing and aura were not the same as the stone tablet in the 7-colored realm. They were written by 2 different people. However, the appearance of this stone tablet caused Wang Lin's clear understanding of the cave world to become blurry. Cave world, immortal astral continent, Donglin sect. The only person connected to these 3 places is the 7-colored celestial sovereign. But the 7-colored celestial sovereign's 3 souls have been destroyed by me. The 3rd soul is Su Dao. I even came to the Donglin sect in the illusion. But why? Why would these words appear here? This stone tablet, Why does such a stone tablet exist in the cave world? What the hell is going on here? Wang Lin stared at the stone tablet with confusion in his eyes. Who destroyed the Donglin sect and left such a stone tablet here? That writing and aura belonged to Tian Yunzi. But why did he come to the immortal astral continent? And why did he destroy the Donglin sect? There is also the seven-colored celestial sovereign. I thought he was dead, but is he really dead? The cave world is definitely not that simple. What kind of secret is hidden in it? What I found back then, I thought it was everything, but it wasn't. What I found was only the edge of the final secret. I stood on a mountain and thought I saw the whole world, but I didn't know that there was a pair of eyes in the sky behind the mountain that saw my whole world. Wang Lin's body instantly turned cold. If you see the same writing and aura in your life, please tell me. The old man's hoarse and sad voice came from behind Wang Lin. Please tell me. If I can get revenge, I'll have nothing to worry about. If the old man can give me clues, I'll be your slave until death. The old man slowly said, revealing a shocking sense of determination and faith. As the old man spoke, he waved his right hand once more. A gentle breeze swept by, and the hall returned to its original appearance. The green mountains were still green, the clear water was still clear, and the fragrance of flowers filled the Donglin sect once more. The disciples appeared one by one, not knowing that they were already dead. They lived happily in the Donglin sect amidst the vitality. The stone tablet disappeared from the square outside the temple, and the bones disappeared. Lu Jinbiao stared at where the stone tablet was and felt his hair stand up. What the hell is this place? Lu Jinbiao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked around. When his gaze swept past the disciples of the Donglin sect, the fear in his heart became even stronger. Inside the temple, Wang Lin's expression didn't reveal any of the waves in his heart, and he calmly said, I will. The old man looked at Wang Lin for a long time before lowering his head to hide the sadness and loneliness in his eyes. However, even though he lowered his head, the sadness in his body was still strong and wouldn't dissipate at all. The old man said in a hoarse voice, Did you come to the Donglin sect because you were passing by, or do you have a plan? I want to borrow the Donglin pool. Wang Lin suppressed the terror in his heart. All of this made him feel strange, but at the same time, it also made him shocked. Donglin pool. The old man pondered a bit and gently nodded. There is strange water inside the Donglin pool. The water is connected to the earth and has some connection to the foreign spirit sealed under the great sage continent. The sealed spirit is not a beast, but a foreign cultivator. This person was defeated by the celestial ancestor and was sealed here. He is long dead, but his soul didn't disappear and fused with the earth vein. The Donglin pool is one of the places where the river flows. Cultivators can only enter the Donglin pool twice in their lifetime. Once they enter the Donglin pool a third time, they will immediately die. My Donglin sect has the Donglin pool. Outsiders don't know much, but anyone who knows will pay a high enough price to be allowed to enter the Donglin pool. There are rumors in the outside world, and even in my sect, that entering the pool will allow you to form your essence true body. However, this is false. If it was true, my Donglin sect would have long since become the #1 sect in the Celestial Clan. We wouldn't have been able to protect the Donglin pool, and it would have been taken away by a Grand Empyrean. Even so, it would attract the attention of a Grand Empyrean. However, due to the fact that the first ancestor of the Donglin sect was Grand Empyrean Donglin, and that the pool can't be moved, its effect has weakened over time, so no one has come steal it. Grand Empyrean Donglin? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had heard of this name. The old man calmly said, The 5 Grand Empyrean exalts of the Celestial Clan aren't eternal, and some have fallen. My Donglin sect's first-generation ancestor was also a Grand Empyrean, but he fell. Even his body is unknown. Many people are looking for the ancestor's body. Even the Grand Empyreans that appeared later are looking for it, but no one can find it. There's a rumor that if you can find the ancestor's body, you might be able to become a Grand Empyrean without going to the immemorial God realm. However, this is only a rumor. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He didn't expect the Donglin sect to have such a foundation, and he didn't expect a Grand Empyrean to appear. The effect of the Donglin pool is very weak now, and condensing an essence true body is just a rumor. Its real effect is to allow the person who enters to enter a strange state. In that state, there's a chance that they can comprehend the special essence that foreign cultivators have. If you fail, it will only make the essence a bit stronger. After the third watch, let's roar again. Fellow cultivators, do you still have your monthly votes? Chapter 1947. The illusory Donglin sect seemed to reflect beautiful colors under the morning sun. While it shrouded the sect, it caused the reflection outside the Donglin temple to shrink. The people of the Donglin sect silently cultivated in the morning as if they were absorbing the power of the heavens and earth to cultivate. The entire Donglin sect was like a bubble blown by a mortal child. It gave off a bright light, but at the same time, it was so fragile, as if it could shatter with just a touch. The more beautiful something was, the more illusory it was. In the illusory back mountain of the Donglin sect, birds sang and flowers bloomed. The cries of small beasts echoed in the morning. There was an extremely grand altar here. This altar was like a tower about 10,000 feet wide, and it was also 1,000 feet tall. It was made of green stone, and under the sunlight, it gave off an indistinguishable coldness. Above the altar was a platform that was 1,000 feet wide. At the center of the platform was a small pool. The pool was slightly dry, but there was still a thin layer of water. When the wind blew past, it would cause ripples. There were some plants floating on the surface of the water. Wang Lin stood outside the pool and looked at it with confusion in his eyes. Lu Jinbiao was behind Wang Lin, and his eyes looked around. However, if one looked closely at his eyes, they would see fear in his eyes. This damned place is definitely not what I'm seeing right now. Who knows, maybe I'm stepping on a skeleton. This pool of water looks clear, but who knows, it's actually smelly and filled with a large number of corpses. The more Lu Jinbiao thought about it, the more terrifying he felt this place was. He wasn't afraid of corpses, but of the unknown. In his fear of the unknown, he didn't notice the confusion in Wang Lin's eyes becoming stronger and stronger. Wang Lin looked at the pool on the altar and pondered for a very, very long time. Why is it like this? Wang Lin closed his eyes and recalled the Donglin sect and the Donglin pool he saw in the illusion in the cave world. Why is this Donglin pool completely different from the illusion created by the seven-colored celestial sovereign's memories? The Donglin pool in Seven Colors memory is also here, but there is no altar, only a large pool. However, this place is like this. Which one is real and which one is fake? Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked around with the power to break through all barriers. What he was looking at now was completely different than before. His gaze swept over the altar, and the altar began to rot and crack. Large amounts of dried-up blood could be seen on the surface of the altar. Under his gaze, this place was surrounded by an aura of death. When his gaze landed on the pool of water, his expression softened slightly. The pool of water hadn't changed. Apart from the pond water, everything else in the surroundings had changed. This should be the Donglin sect, the real Donglin pool. The altar has existed for a very long time, but if so, why is it different from the Donglin pool in the seven-colored celestial sovereign's memories? Or if this place hasn't changed, then the one that has changed is the seven-colored celestial sovereign. Wang Lin silently pondered. This wasn't the first time he had stepped into the Donglin sect on the immortal astral continent. It was as if there was an extra layer of fog that surrounded his mind. This caused Wang Lin to hesitate about his own understanding of the cave world. Have I really mastered everything about the cave world? Tian Yunzi's aura, the stone tablet with the Tao scripture, and the seven-colored celestial sovereign's false memories. What kind of secret is hidden here? This Donglin sect is definitely not an ordinary place. This sect produced Grand Emperor Donglin, but how did he die? Not even his body could be found. Who destroyed the entire Donglin sect? Was it the Tian Yunzi? Was it the seven-colored celestial sovereign? Or was it someone with a deep connection to the cave world that I've always ignored? Wang Lin silently pondered, looking at the Donglin pool for a long time. Wang Lin took a deep breath and stepped forward. He looked down at the surface of the pool, and there was a reflection under the sun. This allowed Wang Lin to see himself inside the Donglin pool. The moment he saw himself, looking at his white-haired, white-robed self, Wang Lin's body trembled. It was as if lightning had rumbled in his mind, and he vaguely thought of something. There's one thing that is very strange. I once had some speculations about my heaven-defying bead. Why didn't the seven-colored celestial sovereign notice when he took it away from Grand Empyrean Tao, E, and my teacher? Why did Blue Dream and Company, as well as the seven-colored celestial sovereign, notice that I have the heaven-defying bead? But on the immortal astral continent, no one noticed it. Why didn't even my teacher, Xian Luo, notice it when he went to the cave world? Perhaps he saw it, but didn't say anything? If that is the case, then I have also met Grand Empyrean Tao E. Why didn't he say or steal it? Compared to this, I believe they didn't notice it. What is the heaven-defying bead? Who made the heaven-defying bead compass? What is its use? Why can the people in the cave world see that I have it, but not on the immortal astral continent? I remember when I absorbed the scorpion soul, it said white bead. White bead? Does that mean there is a black bead? What the hell is inside? If I can connect this to the destruction of the Donglin sect, perhaps I'll understand what kind of shocking secret is hidden in the cave world. Wang Lin's expression changed as he looked around. In truth, I have another method. Perhaps I can find out what happened to the Donglin sect and who destroyed it. However, even the Grand Empyreans couldn't find out. Even the Imperial teacher was confused for 3 days and lost his memory. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, but his eyes were filled with decisiveness. This matter was not just about the Donglin sect. It was also related to him. After all, Wang Lin came from the cave world, and he had the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin originally thought he had lifted the curtain, but he didn't expect that he had only lifted a corner and his eyes would still be covered. What he needed to do now was to clearly pry open the invisible hand that was covering his eyes and reveal a gap that would allow him to see the world. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin sat down beside the pool. He didn't look at the Donglin pool, but at the Donglin temple in the distance. His eyes were filled with mist, and his aura seemed to disappear. He was immersed in a strange state. Lu Jinbiao was beside him and suddenly turned around. In his perception, Wang Lin seemed to have disappeared. However, when he looked back, although he could see Wang Lin, he felt like Wang Lin's existence was out of place. It was as if this world rejected Wang Lin, like fire and water. With my body, fuse with this place. With my soul, fuse with the void. With my soul, spread the heavens. And with my dream, dream of the passage of time. Wang Lin's dream Tao had fused with flowing time to create an unfathomable power. It would allow him to return to the past and see what had happened in the cave world. Wang Lin didn't know if others could use this spell, but out of all the people he had met, only he could use it, and he needed to borrow the power of the Great Soul Sect's ghostly sail. While Wang Lin was immersed in the dream Tao, he silently raised his right hand and waved. The ghostly sail appeared and began to rotate around Wang Lin. A dream of 1,000 years. In Wang Lin's dream, time reversed. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Even he didn't know how much time had passed. The Donglin sect was still the Donglin sect. The mountains were still the same, the water was still clear, and countless disciples of the Donglin sect were absorbing origin energy on the same morning. The entire Donglin sect was shrouded in a hazy mist. Everything was calm and peaceful. Inside the Donglin sect, the sound of Tao lectures came from the main hall. Many disciples were listening. Off in the distance, beams of light could be seen flying back and forth between the various mountains, as well as numerous red-crowned cranes. On the ground, Small animals were being kept in captivity, neighing happily. A beautiful woman was smiling as she fed medicinal pills to the animals. Even further away, in the herb garden of the Donglin sect, several disciples were taking care of the herbs according to their teacher's orders. There were also Donglin sect disciples on the stone steps of the mountain. When they met each other, they would respectfully greet their senior brothers. At the foot of the mountain, several outer sect disciples were holding buckets of water and laughing. They wiped their sweat and walked as if they were flying. The peaceful Donglin sect gave Wang Lin a similar feeling under the morning sun. It was like a bubble that gave off a bright light. The sky suddenly darkened. This didn't attract anyone's attention, but just at this moment, the disciples holding buckets of water trembled and fell to the ground. On the stairs, the disciples who had respectfully handed over their anchors to each other let out shrill screams. Their bodies were badly mutilated and turned into wreckage. In the sky, in the herb garden, the woman who was feeding the little beasts, and the voice preaching the Tao, all of them turned into shrill screams at this moment. The entire Donglin sect was like a bubble, but at this moment, a hand touched this bubble, causing this beautiful bubble to shatter, and at the same time, all living beings inside the bubble died. As the people of the Donglin sect died, a blurry figure appeared under the sun. That figure had its back to the light and was dark, making it impossible to see it clearly. It was like a dream. Wang Lin raised his head in the dream to see the appearance of that figure, but he only saw a blur. Before he could see it clearly, intense pain came from his mind. This pain was something he had never experienced in his life, and it surpassed everything else. Chapter 1948. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. His face was pale, and he seemed to have lost some of his strength. There was also a feeling of extreme weakness that spread throughout his body. Master! Lu Jinbiao immediately walked up, and his eyes were filled with shock and anxiety. How long did I close my eyes for? Wang Lin was panting heavily, as if he had difficulty breathing. It was as if he had become immortal. After a long time, he raised his right hand and confirmed that he was fine. Lu Jinbiao hesitated for a moment before replying honestly, "You closed your eyes just now, and it was as if you didn't exist anymore. When I turned around to look, you woke up an instant." Wang Lin was startled. He had experienced the dream Tao many times and knew that he would be immersed in it for a period of time, not just an instant. He looked at Lu Jinbiao and silently pondered. The blurry figure he saw on the dream path appeared in his mind. He couldn't even see the other party's appearance and silhouette clearly. He only vaguely remembered that such a person had appeared, but when he thought about it carefully, it was blurry, as if he couldn't remember it clearly. This feeling was like his memory had been tampered with, and it shocked Wang Lin. If what I saw in the dream Tao was real, then who is he? Wang Lin thought about the pain from before and the feeling of weakness after waking up. He had never experienced such a thing before, and at that moment, he had the illusion that he was going to die. Even a 3-life spell couldn't help him. If he really died, he would truly die. After a long time, Wang Lin's expression gradually recovered. He sat there and looked at the Donglin sect, and his eyes slowly lit up. One day, I will find out what secrets are hidden in this place. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped in the Donglin pool. He sat down in the pool, and the water reached his waist. It was cold and entered Wang Lin's body. Inside the pool, Wang Lin took a deep breath and no longer thought about the secret of the Donglin sect. He calmed his heart and cycled his cultivation. It was as if he had become one with the pool. Wang Lin had experienced this feeling in the past, but now that he was truly in the pool, the instant he fused with it, Wang Lin's entire body sank into a strange state. This state was similar to the atmosphere Wang Lin had entered when he created the Sundered Night divine ability. However, at this moment, with the help of the strange power contained in the pool, Wang Lin was forced to instantly step into it. In that state, Wang Lin was immersed in confusion. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like only a moment had passed. Opening his eyes, Wang Lin's gaze was a little dazed. After a moment, he recovered and looked down at the pool below him. Nearly 30% of the water had been drained. Master took 3 breaths of time from closing his eyes to waking up. Without waiting for Wang Lin to ask, Lu Jinbiao immediately spoke. Wang Lin nodded. Did I fail? I only stayed in that state for 3 breaths, but I didn't gain anything. Wang Lin frowned. He vaguely felt that the essences in his body had increased a bit, but not much. The Donglin sect ancestor said that the Donglin pool is related to the soul of the foreign cultivator sealed in the Great Sage Continent. There is a chance to comprehend the special essence of the foreign cultivator here. I didn't even see what his essence was, and I failed the first time. The Donglin sect ancestor said that there are only 2 chances to comprehend in the pool, and the 3rd time I will die. Why did death happen? If I can figure this out, maybe I can comprehend a few more times. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and closed his eyes again. The moment he closed his eyes, he entered that strange state again. This time, in this state, Wang Lin was still confused. His vision was blurry, and even his mind was unclear. However, he could vaguely feel a strange force coming from the outside world into his body. He could only feel it, but when he tried to grasp it, there was no trace of it. After an unknown amount of time, the confused Wang Lin suddenly saw a ray of light in his left eye. This light was very weak, and if one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to see it clearly. The moment this light appeared, it attracted all of Wang Lin's attention. However, only his left I could see this light, and his right I was still blurry. This strange change caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble, but he still focused on the light he saw in his left eye. However, this light seemed to be very far away, and before Wang Lin could clearly feel it, his mind was shaken and he woke up from that state. The moment he opened his eyes, Lu Jinbiao's voice entered his ears. Master, this time it was 5 breaths a time. Wang Lin looked at the sky in the distance and pondered for a long time. The light he saw on his left eye was still in his mind. I could see the left eye, but not the right eye. This Donglin pool is more difficult than I imagined. Wang Lin looked at the pool and found that there was less than 30% of the pool left. I wonder if this pool will appear again after it is used up. Also, I've already tried to comprehend it twice and failed both times. I wonder what kind of danger the 3rd time will bring. As Wang Lin pondered, he waved his right hand. The golden exalt sea dragon flew out and circled in the sky. Its body had shrunk quite a bit. The moment the golden exalt sea dragon appeared, it viciously stared at Lu Jinbiao and let out a low roar. Its expression was very arrogant. Lu Jinbiao was startled as he looked at the sea dragon and sucked in a breath of cold air. However, his eyes turned and he revealed a smile. It was unknown what he was thinking. Wang Lin didn't pay too much attention. He sent out a divine sense message to tell the sea dragon to help him out if it sensed something was wrong. Then his eyes lit up and he closed his eyes again. For the 3rd time, he immersed himself in that strange state. This time, as soon as Wang Lin entered that state, the moment the power of the pool entered his body, it turned into a rejection force that gathered in Wang Lin's body. It turned into a roar that entered his mind. This roar was very real, and it contained a sense of madness and unwillingness. Lin Yanju, you're despicable. This voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind like thunder, causing Wang Lin's body to tremble. It felt like his mind was going to collapse. Under the interference of this voice, he couldn't immerse himself in that state at all, much less continue to comprehend. Just at this moment, a powerful force came from the outside. It was as if a giant claw had grabbed Wang Lin and pulled him out of the Donglin pool. After leaving the pool, the voice in his mind disappeared. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the pool. His expression became gloomy. Indeed, I can't comprehend a 3rd time. If I wasn't prepared, and the Donglin sect ancestor told me that even if it wouldn't affect me too much, I would need to use up some energy before I could leave. Wang Lin frowned as he sat next to the pool. He looked at the small amount of water in the pool and pondered. Why didn't it happen the 1st time or the 2nd time, but only the 3rd time? That voice just now was produced after the strange power that entered my body from the pool gathered together. This strange power first circulated one round in my body. Could it be that this is the main point? This one round is similar to checking how many times I've entered this place. Then how did it determine the number of times I comprehended? And that Lien Yinju, his surname is Lien. Could it be the name of Lien Daofei's ancestor, the celestial ancestor? Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the pool and pondered. As he pondered, it seemed that because his body had left the Donglin pool, the pool water slowly returned to its original level. It was as if everything that had disappeared had returned. Jinbiao, go down and try. Wang Lin was confident that he could protect Lu Jinbiao, even if he tried a third time. He told Lu Jinbiao about the danger he had encountered and told him to be careful. Lu Jinbiao didn't hesitate to step forward and sit down in the pool. For breaths of time later, he opened his eyes in a daze. I saw a ray of light. Lu Jinbiao muttered and closed his eyes again. This time, he used 5 breaths of time. The moment he opened his eyes, there was a flash of bright light in his left eye that quickly disappeared. I'm very close to that light, but I haven't found it. Lu Jinbiao pondered for a bit before closing his eyes again. He began to comprehend a third time according to Wang Lin's request. Wang Lin stared at Lu Jinbiao. Time slowly passed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 10 breaths of time later, Lu Jinbiao's body trembled violently. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to lift his right hand and move him out of the pool. As he trembled, Lu Jinbiao opened his eyes. His left eye shined brightly. Even Wang Lin felt like he was looking at the sun when he looked at it. I touched that ray of light, and a voice echoed in my mind. It seemed to be telling me the name of that ray of light. This is the absolute beginning essence, the beginning of all things. However, my cultivation level isn't high enough. I only managed to comprehend a bit, but I couldn't withstand it. Lu Jinbiao took a deep breath and looked at the Donglin pool. Master, I think the reason I could feel that ray of light for the 3rd time is because of my Tao of deception. I instantly deceived myself and told myself that this was my first time here. Using this method, I deceived the pool's inspection. After I awakened from my reincarnation, I can also use the Tao of deception for others. Master, do you want to try it? Lu Jinbiao seemed to understand something and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then shook his head. He had some understanding of the Tao of deception, and after experiencing in the dream Tao, he didn't need Lu Jinbiao's help. Wang Lin took a step forward and immersed himself in the pool for the 4th time. He used a similar method to deceive the strange power of the pool and once again immersed himself in that state. Soon he saw the ray of light in his left eye, and it was getting closer and closer to him. I walk in the sky and observe the changes of billions of suns. I understand the absolute beginning essence. A low voice appeared in Wang Lin's mind. It sounded like it was murmuring to itself. Do you still have the monthly votes? Chapter 1949. When that voice appeared in Wang Lin's head, the light in Wang Lin's left eye became brighter. It almost covered his entire body in that dazzling light. A kind of comprehension of the absolute beginning origin appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. It wasn't an inheritance, but the complete absolute beginning origin in front of Wang Lin. How much he could see and understand had nothing to do with the Donglin pool. It all depended on the person. Some people could see the light for the first time and get some comprehension of the absolute beginning origin. Perhaps, after leaving the Donglin pool, the absolute beginning origin would sprout in their hearts. Some people could be like Wang Lin, who didn't get anything. Their origin just increased a little bit. However, some people could get more than half of the absolute beginning origin in just 2 chances. When they woke up, they didn't just take the sprout, but also the comprehension. Wang Lin didn't know if anyone had taken away the entire absolute beginning origin. At this moment, he was immersed in that strange state. In this state, he seemed to forget everything. His right eye was blurry, but his left I could see the perfect transformation of the absolute beginning origin. Wang Lin had forgotten about time. When the power of the Donglin pool forced him to wake up, a dazzling light flashed in his left eye for one breath before disappearing. Just a little bit more. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled. It was the 5th time he closed his eyes to comprehend in the Donglin pool. This time, he used the Deception Dao technique to avoid the detection of the pool's aura. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Lin's left eye saw the endless light in front of him. The origin of absolute beginning was born from nothingness. A long time ago, when there were no immortals in the world, the ancients worshipped the sun in an attempt to obtain the light and heat of the sun through sincere worship. Thus, the power of absolute beginning appeared. This power was very mysterious. It was the first power that the ancients worshipped the sun, the first appearance of the rising sun. The power of absolute beginning gradually changed. As time passed, and as some strange people appeared, the laws of absolute beginning existed in the operation of the world. The absolute beginning rules make the heavenly sun rise and set. However, after my observation, I understood that the rising and setting of the heavenly sun is actually caused by the heart. Because of the heart, the earth moves, the sky moves, and the heavenly sun rises and falls. Then I continued to comprehend and watch the countless rising suns in the sky. I understood the beginning of the absolute beginning origin in this world. This absolute beginning origin is the beginning of all light and heat. Wang Lin was immersed in the voice. He could clearly feel the light in his left eye shrouding him. As he listened to the voice, he felt like he was watching the rise and fall of the rising suns billions of times. In these billions of suns, Wang Lin felt a sense of righteousness. This aura was the aura of the rising suns, an existence that was upright and indomitable. A person who had been immersed in the absolute beginning dawn for a long time would also have a sense of responsibility. Although they weren't indomitable, they weren't ashamed of their hearts. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes after being immersed for the 5th time. The moment he opened his left eye, the bright light lasted for dozens of breaths before slowly dissipating. When Lu Jinbiao saw the light from Wang Lin's left eye, his heart trembled and he didn't dare to look at it. Even the golden exalt sea dragon avoided this gaze. In Wang Lin's left eye, there seemed to be the outline of a sun slowly forming. However, as the light dissipated, it was unable to take shape. I'm not unfamiliar with the power of absolute beginning. Back in the cave world, I created Sundered Night, and it was a manifestation of the power of absolute beginning. After that, as I comprehended more and more, I gradually grasped the law of absolute beginning. It was on the immortal astral continent that I gained faith in Sundered Night. However, I didn't expect absolute beginning to produce an essence. The so-called essence is the understanding and comprehension of something that has reached an extremely profound level. You can see through all changes and even use it with a wave of your hand. Wang Lin murmured as he immersed himself in the Donglin pool for the 6th time. Time passed. Wang Lin immersed himself in the Donglin pool and comprehended again and again. The amount of time he spent in that strange state slowly increased as he comprehended. It wasn't until the next day that Wang Lin opened his eyes in the Donglin pool that the world was dark. The moment he opened his eyes, his left eye shined brightly and a sun appeared in his pupil. At this moment, the sky was dark and the sun hadn't appeared yet. It would take another incense stick of time before it would rise in the distance. However, when Wang Lin opened his eyes and the monstrous light from his left eye shined, it was as if Wang Lin had replaced the sun and dispelled the darkness half an hour earlier. After understanding the absolute beginning origin, I can control the rise of the sun. I can become the sun and truly reverse night and day. Before, no matter how I used Sundered Night, it was just a spell. But now, with my understanding of the absolute beginning origin, I can turn illusory into reality and replace the sun that hasn't appeared yet to control the law of absolute beginning. As Wang Lin murmured, the light from his left eye became even stronger. After it covered his body, he looked like a sun from a distance. Lu Jinbiao and the golden exalt sea dragon had already retreated and didn't dare to get close. Slowly, the light from Wang Lin covered his body, and he turned into the sun. His body slowly floated into the sky from the Donglin pool. As he rose, the darkness in the sky dissipated layer by layer, as if it was being forced back. The darkness on the ground seemed to melt under the sun formed by Wang Lin, revealing the land under the sun. When the sun formed by Wang Lin swept across the Donglin Palace and bathed the palace in light, the Donglin sect ancestor opened his eyes. He looked at the light outside the palace and silently pondered. Even I can't tell if the power that dispelled the darkness is the true sun or the transformation of a spell. He has understood. As Wang Lin rose into the sky, the entire world became bright and all the darkness disappeared. This process lasted for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then the true sun slowly rose in the distance. Now there were two suns in the sky. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the rising sun behind him. His eyes shined brightly as he watched the sun rise higher and higher until it hung high in the sky. Then he closed his eyes. This is the absolute beginning origin. I understand. The light around Wang Lin disappeared as he closed his eyes. He stood in the sky for an entire day. It wasn't until the sun set that Wang Lin saw the sun being devoured by the night sky, and the world became dark once more that Wang Lin's body slowly sank back into the pool of water. If the absolute beginning origin represents the rising sun, then there must be a special origin that controls the setting sun. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he immersed himself in the Donglin pool. This time, while comprehending in the Donglin pool, Wang Lin's left I was bright, but his right I was still blurry and couldn't see anything. If my left I sees the light of the rising sun, then my right I must see the dark night of the setting sun. Soon, Wang Lin woke up, but he didn't give up. He kept trying. When the sky was dark and it was late at night, the entire world seemed to be quiet. When everything was silent, Wang Lin once again closed his eyes and immersed himself in the Donglin pool. What he could see in his right eye was no longer blurry, but pitch black. This kind of pitch black darkness was a stark contrast to the light that his left eye could see. In this contrast, Wang Lin's mind seemed to be divided into two parts. One part represented the light of the rising sun, and the other represented the darkness of the world after the setting sun. When I walked in the void, I saw the dark night after the setting sun. After I understood the absolute beginning, it was the silent extermination origin. This silent extermination origin represents all darkness. The deep voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind once again and didn't disperse for a long time. Time passed. Wang Lin had stayed in the Donglin pool for 3 months. During these 3 months, when the sun rose, he turned into a sun and flew up to dispel the darkness. When the sun set, he quietly watched the dark night devour the light. During these 3 months of time, Wang Lin had gained a deeper understanding of the absolute death essence after watching it and comprehending the mysteries inside the Donglin pool. However, compared to the absolute beginning power, 3 months was far from enough for Wang Lin to completely obtain the silent extermination origin. During these 3 months, because Wang Lin had already understood and used the absolute beginning power, he gained a preliminary understanding of the absolute beginning origin and gained a deeper understanding of it. However, he was still learning and exploring the silent extermination origin. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry to leave. He decided to stay here and watch the changes of day and night. Sometimes, he would immerse himself in the Donglin pool to comprehend. Just like that, 8 years passed in a flash. During these 8 years, the Donglin sect didn't have any new guests. The Donglin sect's patriarch didn't come to disturb him, so Wang Lin spent these 8 years peacefully. During these 8 years, Lu Jinbiao didn't know what method he used to get along with the golden exalt sea dragon, but they seemed to be very close. It even let Lu Jinbiao sit on its back and take him out to roam the world. After 8 years, another 5 years passed. Chapter 1950. For cultivators, the year of sure sand passed in a flash. During this year of sure sand, Wang Lin had gained complete comprehension of the absolute beginning essence. This allowed him to gain one more special essence. As for the absolute end essence, Sure San had watched the night devour the light more than 4,000 times during this year. Adding on his comprehension at the Donglin pool, although he hadn't fully grasped it, he gradually gained some understanding of it. During this year of Sure San's comprehension at the Donglin pool, that low voice never appeared again. Wang Lin sat on the altar outside the Donglin pool, and his long hair hung down to his waist. During this year of Sure San, his cultivation level had remained the same, but his hair had slowly grown as he observed it every day. After a long time, he opened his eyes. There was a sun in his left eye and darkness in his right eye. These two strange phenomena made Wang Lin feel very strange. The absolute beginning essence can fuse with the thunder essence true body, fuse with the slaughter and restriction to form the fourth essence, including the thunder essence true body. As for the absolute end essence, I still haven't fully understood it and have only reached small success. However, that doesn't prevent me from fusing with it. With the power of the fusion, perhaps my cultivation will break through due to the 5 essences in the thunder essence true body. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The reason he had come to the Donglin sect was to find an opportunity for his cultivation to break through. Once this opportunity appeared and his cultivation broke through, he would be able to enter the Empyrean trial and complete his preparations to go to the Imperial City. As Wang Lin sat there, overlapping shadows appeared around him. The thunder essence true body appeared and sat down opposite of Wang Lin's original body. The thunder essence true body's expression was indifferent, and the lightning around its body continued to crackle. A sense of destruction appeared in Wang Lin's heart as he looked at the thunder essence true body. The slaughter thunder inside this thunder essence true body has formed an indescribable sense of destruction. I'm very unfamiliar with this power. Wang Lin looked at the thunder essence true body. It was wearing white like him. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin raised his right hand and waved at the thunder essence true body. Since you contain slaughter and thunder is filled with destruction, then you should wear the black robe I wore in my early years and turn into darkness. This way, it will be easier for you to comprehend the absolute end essence. With a wave of his hand, the white robe of the thunder essence true body seemed to devour the light and turn completely black. The moment the black robe of the thunder essence true body turned black, the sense of destruction in its body seemed to become even stronger. As Wang Lin silently looked at his thunder essence true body, the outline of the rising sun in the pupil of his left eye slowly emerged and floated between him and the thunder essence true body. After pausing for a moment, it headed straight for the thunder essence true body and instantly merged with the thunder essence true body. The thunder essence true body immediately trembled and a dazzling light spread from its body. It seemed that the power of light rejected the destruction of the thunder essence true body during the fusion. Wang Lin observed it for a moment and then ignored it. His right eye instantly turned pitch black and appeared like ink. It condensed on Wang Lin's right hand and turned into the outline of a sun. However, this sun was black. With a wave of his hand, the black heavenly sun headed straight for Wang Lin's thunder essence true body and merged with it once again. However, the moment the black heavenly sun and the thunder essence true body fused, the divine sense of Wang Lin's main body immediately spread out. A powerful pressure descended on the thunder essence true body and forced all the essence within the thunder essence true body to fuse according to his will. Although the black heavenly sun didn't contain much essence, perhaps because of this and the fact that it was similar to destruction, it was immediately absorbed by the slaughter thunder essence true body. After fusing with it, the slaughter thunder essence true body changed again. The slaughter thunder essence true body was an existence that could destroy the world. It could tear apart all light and turn it into nothingness. After fusing with the silent extermination essence true body, a destructive aura spread out from the thunder essence true body. Even Wang Lin's will felt like he couldn't suppress this aura. Slaughter all life, destroy a world, tear apart light, cause darkness to cover everything, and turn everything into nothingness. This was the full power of the thunder essence true body that Wang Lin had inadvertently created. However, due to the existence of the restriction essence, this power was trapped within the thunder essence true body. It was like a seal that didn't allow it to leave. Once this power was released, it would set off a terrifying catastrophe. Previously, his lightning true body had barely managed to maintain a balance with the restriction source seal firmly locking onto his body. But at this moment, because of the absolute extermination source seal's fusion, the already cracked balance collapsed. However, Wang Lin had predicted all of this. When the restriction essence couldn't stop the slaughter destruction true body and collapsed, the absolute beginning origin that represented light immediately fused with the restriction essence, creating a new seal that balanced the slaughter destruction true body once again. Under the constant seal and resistance, Wang Lin's thunder essence true body was like a flame that could burn itself at any time. This was like a mortal controlling fire. Either he could control it completely, or he would be burned by the fire. Destruction and seal, darkness and light, with the thunder true body as a guide, managed to reach a balance once again. However, the fusion of the restriction and the absolute beginning origin true body couldn't resist the slaughter destruction true body and the silent extermination true body. The crisis hadn't disappeared, but Wang Lin had to do this. From a moment he inadvertently created the slaughter thunder essence true body, it was destined that this essence true body would be special and completely different from the 5 elements. As the 4 special essences inside the thunder essence true body resisted each other, the essence true body suddenly opened its eyes. The left eye was light and the right eye was dark. It stepped toward Wang Lin and overlapped with Wang Lin's body. The moment it sat down, it fused with Wang Lin's body. At this instant, Wang Lin's cultivation level increased greatly from early stage void turbulent. As his cultivation level increased, the world changed colors and the sky above the Donglin sect changed colors. The sky above the Donglin sect was sometimes dark and sometimes bright. Muffled rumbles came from Wang Lin's body and his white hair fluttered. His cultivation level broke through from early stage void turbulent to mid-stage void turbulent. Wang Lin suddenly stood up and the changes in the world disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The wind stopped and everything was silent. He stood there for a long time before his body flickered. The golden exalt sea dragon that was in awe of Wang Lin flew over. Wang Lin stepped on its head. Lu Jinbiao swallowed and looked at Wang Lin with awe in his eyes. This kind of awe was like this in the cave world, and it hadn't changed on the immortal astral continent. He quickly flew onto the back of the golden exalt sea dragon and respectfully stood behind Wang Lin. During the Sure San, his memories had awakened, and he had fawned on the golden exalt sea dragon. With its help, he had recovered most of his cultivation. The sea dragon flew into the sky with Wang Lin on its head. He looked down at the Donglin sect and the Donglin pool. After pondering a bit, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply at the Donglin pool. Senior, although you are already dead, I will always remember your kindness and comprehending. Wang Lin's gaze finally fell on the Donglin temple. He seemed to vaguely see the lonely and sorrowful old man inside the temple. With a sigh, under Wang Lin's command, the sea dragon turned into a ray of light and flew off into the distance. Behind Wang Lin, in the Donglin death sect, there seemed to be a melancholy sigh that contained countless years of loneliness and sadness. There was also a sense of obsession. Due to the loneliness, a dream appeared and formed an illusion to accompany him. Due to his sadness, he stayed in the dead sect to silently guard it. Because of his persistence, even if it had been thousands of years, the hatred and madness hidden in the depths of his sorrow seemed to have transformed into blood, and he copied the words on the stone tablet stroke by stroke. Wang Lin left, but he didn't leave the Great Sage Continent. However, he did not leave the Great Sage Continent. Instead, he sat down on a peak of the continent and used the Golden Exalt Sea Dragon to protect him. He used the formation as a foundation and faced the rising sun in the distance and closed his eyes. I'm going to attempt the Empyrean trial. Back then, I passed through the fourth palace. This time, how many more will I pass? Wang Lin closed his eyes to cultivate and calmed the fluctuations in his body. After 3 months, he gradually became familiar with it. He waved his right hand, and a large amount of spells gathered in his hand. When I was at the early stage of Void Tribulant, I was limited by my cultivation. At most, I could fuse Sure Sand spells into my body. Now that I'm at the mid-stage of Void Tribulant, how many can I fuse? Adding on my essences and true body. There was a flash of anticipation in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His divine sense condensed above his head and turned into an invisible body that charged into the sky. This time, I'm going to shock the world. This time, I'm going to make all the Empyrean Exalts on the Celestial Clan look up to me. This time, I'm going to become one of the Ascendant Empyreans. This time, I'm going to become the 49th Ascendant Empyrean. This time, I'm going to use the power of the Heavenly Bull's soul armor. Wang Lin's divine sense charged into the sky like a pillar of gas that others couldn't see. As it continued to climb, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. When his vision became clear, he saw the mysterious Empyrean trial he had been to before. He saw the floating palaces in the distance, and he also saw the hundreds of celestial paragons sitting cross-legged outside the first level of the palace. Similarly, these Empyrean Exalts also saw Wang Lin rushing over from the ancient transfer array. White-haired Empyrean Exalt. I remember that back then, he passed the first 4 palaces in a row, and the time between them was very short. I thought he would try the 5th palace, but he gave up and left. He must have realized that he couldn't pass, so he retreated. This time, he must have some confidence in passing the 5th palace, so he came. It's him. There was a middle-aged man in black outside the first palace. He seemed to be a loner, and there was no one around him. When Wang Lin arrived, he was the first person to see him. His name was Zhu Lin. Back then, he passed through the 7th palace, but stopped at the 8th palace. He was still a few dozen votes away from entering the 5th palace. Fellow cultivators, can you enter the 5th palace today? Chapter 1951. The Empyrean trial had existed for countless years and had always existed in this strange void. Only Empyrean Exalts who could send their divine sense into the heavens could enter this place. Very few people could understand the principles behind this place. They only knew that this place was created by the celestial ancestor to imitate the immemorial god realm. This was to allow the descendants of the celestial clan to adapt in advance so that more grand Empyreans could appear. Over the countless years, many Empyrean Exalts had come to the Empyrean trial many times. They had gone through each level of the palace to prove their cultivation and become famous in the Celestial Clan. The Empyrean trial was a place that the 5 Grand Empyreans placed great importance on. Almost 90% of the people they recruited were Empyrean Exalts that had passed a certain level. As the gazes of the hundreds of cultivators outside the first palace gathered, Wang Lin closed in on the first palace. The ray of light dissipated and he landed on the ground. The moment he landed on the ground outside the first palace, the gazes of the surrounding Empyrean Exalts followed. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked around. He knew some of these Empyrean Exalts, but he had never seen most of them before. After all, over the years, people had come and gone from the Empyrean trial. Some people had left, and some people had returned. Those who knew him would smile and clasp their hands at Wang Lin, and Wang Lin would smile back. As Empyrean Exalts, there was no enmity between them. Unless they were eccentric, they often liked to make friends with each other. Although Wang Lin had disappeared for more than a decade, he had caused a small stir by passing the 4th palace, which was enough for some Empyrean Exalts to want to make friends with him. However, Passing the fourth palace wasn't enough in the eyes of some Empyrean exalts. So many people had cold expressions. I heard people talk about this white-haired Empyrean exalt a few years ago. He entered the first palace and failed on his first attempt, but then he passed the fourth palace. He is not an ordinary person. The fourth palace? So what if it's the fourth palace? Which one of us can't pass the fourth palace? It's just that this person passed 4 levels in a row after failing before, so it's just a gimmick. That's right. I estimate that the white-haired heavenly venerate will at most reach the 5th level. The surrounding Empyrean cultivators all looked at Wang Lin. If they had connections, they would converse with him through divine sense. Among them, there were those who approved of Wang Lin, and there were also those who looked down on him. There were all sorts of different opinions, but once one reached the Empyrean level, they wouldn't easily reveal their true feelings on their faces. Far away, celestial sovereign Zhu Lin sat there in silence, his gaze focused on Wang Lin. After a moment, he closed his eyes and no longer looked at him. He wouldn't underestimate any Empyrean cultivator, but he also didn't believe that Wang Lin could pass the 7th level like him. Even if he cared about those below the 7th level, it was still limited. Wang Lin didn't immediately attempt the Empyrean trial. Instead, he stood outside the first palace and looked up. The Empyrean trial became higher and higher, and the 9th palace was a blur. Over the years, Wang Lin had learned that the Empyrean trial had a total of 19 palaces. Right now, there were less than 60 people who could pass the 9th palace. These people were all at the peak of the Empyrean exalt realm. If they could pass the 10th palace, they could become ascendant Empyreans. Every one of them that came to the Empyrean trial would cause a stir among the Empyrean exalts. After all, it was extremely rare for all the Empyrean exalts to witness the appearance of an ascendant Empyrean. It was even possible to attract the attention of a Grand Empyrean and have them personally come to witness it. However, there were only 48 ascendant Empyreans on the Celestial Clan. Over the many years, there had never been a 49th ascendant Empyrean. This showed how difficult the 10th palace was. Only ascendant Empyreans could pass the 10th palace and then proceed to the 11th palace and above. If they could reach the 19th palace, rumor was that they had a great chance of becoming a Grand Empyrean in the future. Ascendant Empyreans that could pass the 19th palace had the power to make Grand Empyreans hesitate to attack them. However, not even Ascendant Empyreans had been able to pass the 19th palace. The most successful Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, had stopped at the 16th palace. For tens of thousands of years, no one had been able to surpass Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. In the Celestial Clan, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was known as the person most likely to become a Grand Empyrean. Some people even said he was the 6th son of the Celestial Clan. Although his fame wasn't as great as a Grand Empyrean's, he was the most eye-catching person under Grand Empyrean Ming Dao. The Celestial Emperor paid a great price to recruit him. He didn't treat Ming Dao the same as ordinary Empyrean exalts or Ascendant Empyreans, but even more courteous. Perhaps I'll meet the famous Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao when I go to the Imperial City. He is known as the #1 Ascendant Empyrean, so he must be extraordinary. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This time, I'm going to shock the world. Let's see how many levels I can reach with my own strength before I put on the soul armor. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he closed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly opened them and his eyes shined brightly. His body flickered and he flew into the air from the first palace. When he flew out, a lot of the surrounding Empyrean exalts looked over, but most withdrew their gazes and closed their eyes to cultivate. They didn't pay much attention to him. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin also closed his eyes and didn't look. If someone had passed the Empyrean trial before, they could directly jump over it and wouldn't be stopped by the pressure from each palace. Wang Lin's body quickly flew into the air and passed the first 4 palaces. He appeared outside the 5th palace and stepped in without any hesitation. The moment he entered the 5th layer of the Empyrean trial, his vision became blurry and the feeling of the first 4 layers appeared once more. A moment later, his vision became clear and he was still in the void. Back then, the fourth layer was formed from 36 cultivation planets, and there were even golden planets inside. Each of those golden planets contained power no weaker than the combined power of all the planets. I wonder how many golden planets there are in the fifth palace. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he looked ahead. The 45 planets before him suddenly changed their orbits and closed in from all directions with deafening howls. As they closed in, 5 planets gave off dazzling golden light and turned into golden planets. These 5 golden planets gave off a pressure that caused the void to tremble. They charged at Wang Lin along with the other planets. 5. Wang Lin stood in the void and remained calm. As the planets closed in, he raised his right hand, and his void, turbulent cultivation erupted. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, Sure San. Wang Lin's right hand clenched into a fist, and popping sounds echoed. Sure San's 5 spells condensed into his fist. At this moment, his aura was still at the early stage of void turbulent, but it was still rising. I haven't released my full power after reaching the mid-stage of void turbulent. Let's see how many spells I can fuse into my fist. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered and a gust of wind swept by his clothes. His cultivation erupted from the early stage of void turbulent to his peak, the mid-stage of void turbulent. 14th spell. An extra spell fused into Wang Lin's right fist. Shortly after, the 15th, 16th, and 17th spells didn't stop. When Wang Lin's cultivation reached the mid-stage of void turbulent, they all condensed. In the blink of an eye, there were 21 spells. According to my calculations, every time I increase my void turbulent cultivation, I can fuse 9 more spells into my body. My limit at the early stage of void turbulent is 9 spells, and once I reach the mid-stage, I can increase it to 18. However, due to the appearance of my metal and wood essences, my cultivation has improved a bit, allowing me to condense 4 more spells, for a total of 22 spells. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as the 40 planets closed in. 22nd spell. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and a thunderous rumble came from his right hand. The 22nd spell condensed. A shocking force spread out from his fist. It was as if this punch could shatter the void. It should be fine. The second Sure San spell. Wang Lin let out a roar, but he didn't immediately attack the incoming planets. Instead, he jumped into the air, and the veins on his right arm swelled. It was as if a powerful force was moving through his right arm, replacing the blood in his blood vessels. The force gathered in his fist, and a thunderous rumble echoed. As the rumble echoed, Wang Lin's hair fluttered and his eyes shined brightly. The second Sure San spell condensed in his fist. 1 Sure San spell is the limit of my current cultivation level. This extra one was due to me comprehending it many times in the Dong Lin pool, causing my other essences to increase a bit as well. Wang Lin lowered his head, and the 40 planets closed in. The 5 golden planets gave off powerful pressure as they closed in. They were less than 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. For this 5th floor, I only need to send out 1 essence true body. Overlaps appeared on Wang Lin's body, and his 5-element true body appeared. The moment they appeared, Wang Lin's right fist punched at the planets below. The second Sure San spell had fused into his fist, and with the addition of his avatars, it was equivalent to 46 spells shooting toward the 40 planets. As the thunderous rumble echoed, the void collapsed and endless, golden light pierced through the void. It spread out from the 5th floor of the Empyrean Trial and shrouded the entire Empyrean Trial. The hundreds of Empyrean exalts below all looked up. Chapter 1952. The golden light shrouded the Empyrean Trial and dyed the ground golden. The hundreds of Empyrean exalts on the ground were all calm, as if they weren't surprised at all. Many people didn't even look up and were immersed in cultivation. They didn't even open their eyes. It was as if the golden light that allowed them to pass the 5th palace wasn't interesting to them at all. In the distance, Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin also didn't open his eyes. He was immersed in his own world, trying to figure out how to pass the 8th palace. With his cultivation, he should have passed the 8th palace, but he had stopped there. The white-haired Empyrean Exalt took a bit longer to pass the 5th palace, and the golden light appeared. It is far from the speed he used to pass the first 4 palaces. It looks like this person must have spent a lot of effort in the 5th palace. Although it is still very fast, it is about the same as an ordinary Empyrean Exalt passing the 5th palace. If this is the case, then there is really nothing worth paying attention to. I wonder if he will choose to leave like he did in the past, or try the 6th palace. However, he shouldn't be able to pass the 6th palace. The Empyrean Exalts that looked up all secretly pondered. Some of them were a bit disappointed. After all, the reason they cared about Wang Lin was because they had personally seen how fast Wang Lin passed the first 4 palaces. If it wasn't for this, passing a mere 5th palace wouldn't attract too much attention, even if it was shocking enough. Wang Lin's figure charged out from the golden light of the 5th palace. His expression was calm, and he didn't look down. Instead, he looked up at the 6th palace. His eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to charge toward the 6th palace. His action was seen by the Empyrean Exalts below, and they all became serious. He is really going to attempt the 6th palace. I stopped at the 6th palace and can't pass it. This person had a hard time in the 5th palace and took longer than me. If I can't pass the 6th palace, then he will fail as well. The white-haired Empyrean Exalt didn't leave. The 6th palace is a bit interesting. If this person can pass it, then I can make friends with him. Almost none of the Empyrean cultivators below believed that Wang Lin could pass the 6th level. After all, Wang Lin's time on the 5th level was far too ordinary. There wasn't anything astonishing about it at all. Some of the Empyrean venerables who hadn't opened their eyes when the golden light flashed on the 5th floor also opened their eyes and looked towards the 6th floor. In the distance, Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin also opened his eyes and calmly looked around. Just as he was about to close his eyes again, a dazzling ray of golden light appeared in his pupils. The moment the golden light appeared, Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin's expression froze. He wasn't the only one whose eyes shone with golden light. All of the celestial exalts outside the Celestial's grand hall had golden light shining in their eyes. This golden light did not originate from their bodies. Rather, it was reflected off of the 6th palace floor. Less than 7 breaths of time after Wang Lin entered, the 6th palace in the sky erupted with a shocking golden light. The golden light fused with the golden light from the 5th palace and recreated the glory of the past. Some of the Empyrean Exalts below suddenly stood up and revealed shock in their eyes. He actually passed the 6th palace. It only took 7 breaths of time. More than a decade ago, he passed the 4th palace in a row. Now he has appeared again and passed the 5th and 6th palace. This person's cultivation is not ordinary. To be able to pass the 6th palace means this person can fuse at least 50 spells into his body. There are no more than 400 Empyrean Exalts in the Celestial clan that can do this. The Empyrean Exalts below all had serious expressions as they looked up into the sky. Even the Empyrean Exalts who had closed their eyes and didn't pay any attention to what was happening now opened their eyes and looked up at the figure charging out of the 6th layer of golden light. The 6th palace of the Empyrean Exalts could be considered strong among the Empyrean Exalts. Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin stared at Wang Lin's figure in the sky with a serious expression. At this moment, Wang Lin couldn't help but remind him of the past. He didn't care about Wang Lin at all, but Wang Lin had passed the 4th palace and caught his attention. The 7th palace, he wants to pass the 7th palace. He actually wants to pass the 7th palace. There are less than 200 people in the Celestial clan that can pass the 7th palace. Although it was easy for him to pass the 6th palace, the 7th palace will not be easy. Maybe he can really pass it. The Empyrean Exalts below were all excited. Under their gazes, Wang Lin's figure didn't descend but charged toward the 7th palace. His figure was being watched by everyone below. There was anticipation, suspicion, and even some disdain. They obviously thought that even if Wang Lin had the strength to pass the 6th palace, it would be difficult for him to pass the 7th palace. Emperor Exalt Zhu Lin stopped cultivating and stared at Wang Lin's figure disappearing into the 7th palace with a serious expression. After all, if Wang Lin could pass the 7th palace, it would mean he was on the same level as Emperor Exalt Zhu Lin. He had personally seen such a cultivator enter the Emperor trial twice, so how could he not care? When Wang Lin entered the 7th palace, the surrounding cultivators were completely silent. Almost everyone was looking up at him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths, 5 breaths. Just as the 5th calamity passed, many of the Empyrean exalts let out cries of disbelief. In the sky, the 7th palace erupted with a shocking golden light. This golden light fused with the light from the 6th and 5th palaces, and the entire Empyrean trial shined like the sun. The figure that walked out from the 7th palace seemed to have a head of golden hair and was filled with an aura that made the Empyrean exalts below pause for a moment. He passed the 7th palace. 5 breaths of time is even faster than the 6th palace. What kind of combat power does he have to be able to pass the 7th palace? This person's name will shake the Celestial clan in a short period of time. 5 breaths of time to pass the 7th palace. I have never heard of this kind of speed. The hundreds of cultivators below were all shaken. There was no longer any disdain on their faces. Instead, they all looked at the figure in the golden light with respect. There were even some who stopped at the 4th and 5th palaces that looked at Wang Lin with complicated gazes. There was a huge gap between the strong and the weak among Empyrean exalts. Even Empyrean exalts had to respect those who could pass the 7th palace. For example, even though Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin was arrogant, if he tried the Empyrean trial, everyone would look up to him. The 7th palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin silently pondered. He didn't expect the other party to have this kind of strength. Will he try the 8th palace? The 8th palace is difficult. In the sky, Wang Lin stood inside the golden light from the 7th palace with a calm expression. On this palace, he had used his thunder and 5-element true body. Only then was he able to pass the 7th palace with an overwhelming advantage. The higher you go in the Empyrean trial, the more difficult it becomes. I wonder what the 8th palace will be like. Wang Lin looked up at the 8th palace. He turned into a ray of light and charged toward the 8th palace. He was focused on trying the Empyrean trial and didn't care what kind of storm he set off among the hundreds of Empyrean exalts below. The 8th palace. He's going to try the 8th palace. What an arrogant person. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin failed at the 8th palace. This person, alas, it's hard to say. There are less than 150 people in the Celestial clan that can pass the 8th palace, and that is only after accumulating for many years. This palace is said to be extremely difficult, and once someone passes it, the Grand Empyreans will immediately know. At this moment, almost all the cultivators on the ground stood up. Passing the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th palaces in a row was enough to make their expression serious. Heavenly Sovereign Zhu Lin stood up abruptly, no longer sitting cross-legged. Instead, he stared at the 8th palace in the sky. He had challenged the 8th palace several times, but he had failed every single time. At this moment, when he saw someone challenging the 8th palace in front of him, his eyes shone brightly, and his body flashed as he looked up into the sky. The 8th palace, can he pass it? These people thought the passage of time would be very long, but after 3 breaths of time, a burst of golden light came from the 8th palace. This startled everyone here. The golden light from the 8th palace hadn't appeared in the Empyrean trial for many years. However, at this moment, the golden light fused with the light below and shrouded the entire Empyrean trial. Everyone was bathed in the endless golden light. He passed the 8th palace. Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and complication. He had tried the 8th palace several times and failed each time. However, Now he had personally seen someone calmly pass it in 3 breaths of time. The hundreds of Empyrean exalts below all forgot to think as they silently looked at Wang Lin's figure in the sky. "What is your name?" Empyrean exalt Zhu Lin suddenly looked up and let out a mighty voice. This voice awakened the surrounding hundreds of Empyrean exalts. Some of them knew Wang Lin's name, but most of them only knew the white-haired Empyrean exalt. Wang Lin looked down from the 8th palace and calmly said, "Wang Lin." After he spoke, his gaze suddenly fell on the 9th level of the Empyrean trial hall, which was shrouded by clouds and mist. After passing the 9th palace, one would be at the peak of the Empyrean exalt realm. After passing the 9th palace, one would be able to shake the entire celestial clan. After passing the 9th palace, one would be infinitely close to becoming an ascendant Empyrean. Wang Lin had been the celestial clan for a long time. After hundreds of years, he had reached this step. He wasn't excited, only calm. As all the Empyrean exalts below watched, Wang Lin took a deep breath and walked toward the 9th palace that hadn't released any golden light for tens of thousands of years. "I beg for monthly votes to help Wang Lin pass the Empyrean trial and shock the world." Chapter 1953. Southern Continent, Tao E sect. This sect was the #1 sect in the Southern Continent, and it was famous across the entire Celestial Clan. All of this was because a grand Empyrean named Tao E had appeared in this sect. Behind the mountains, beneath a waterfall, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Below the waterfall was a pool, and next to the pool was a young man wearing a Taoist robe. He sat there calmly, holding a willow branch in his hand. His eyes were closed, as if he were fishing. The moment Wang Lin passed the 8th palace in the Empyrean trial, the young man in the Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds with a calm expression. Past the 8th palace, the young man in the Taoist robe revealed a smile and waved the willow in his hand. With this wave, ripples appeared on the surface of the water. As the ripples echoed, the scene inside the Empyrean trial appeared. The northern continent was sealed in ice for thousands of kilometers and was covered in snow and wind all year round. The snowflakes danced in the wind, and the sound of sobbing filled the air, like the wailing of ghosts. Most of the cultivators who came to the northern continent for the first time were shaken to the core. In the northernmost part of the northern province, there was a mountain range. It was made up of huge glaciers that had not melted for tens of thousands of years. They were like sharp swords that pierced into the sky, standing irregularly in the world. From afar, the mountains emitted a dazzling light when the sun shone on them, emitting a cold intent. This was the cave of Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. There was a bald, middle-aged man under a glacier. He was extremely tall and was sitting there. Before him, the glacier was refracted by the sunlight. At the same time, there was also an illusory image of the Empyrean trial. The tall, bald cultivator's expression was calm as he looked at the figure charging toward the 9th palace. His eyes gradually lit up. Once a cultivator passed the 8th palace in the Empyrean trial, the Grand Empyrean would immediately know. At this moment, aside from Tao, Yi, and Wu Feng, on Mount Emperor in the central continent, there was a beautiful woman looking at an autumn leaf before her. The leaf was motionless before her, and there seemed to be another world inside it that reflected the scene inside the Empyrean trial. There was an old man sitting beside this beautiful woman. He looked lazy and listless. Even when his gaze swept by, he didn't seem to have any spirit. It was as if the Empyrean trial inside the leaf didn't interest him much. "Master, if he passes the 9th level, will you try to recruit him?" The beautiful woman looked at the autumn leaves in front of her and asked softly. The old man beside her opened his eyes and glanced at the autumn leaves. "If I recruit all the cultivators who have passed the 9th level, wouldn't the Emperor Mountain be a mess?" The reason the 9th palace caught the attention of Tao, Yi, and Wu Feng is because they became Grand Empyreans later on and are eager to expand their forces. They want to cultivate the 6th Grand Empyrean and also leave behind protection for their reincarnations. However, for Teacher, passing the 9th palace is like an ant on the ground, just a bit bigger than the other ants. Unless he can pass the 15th palace like Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, then Teacher will recruit such a person, the old man slowly said. The beautiful woman silently pondered. She bit her lower lip and silently looked at the autumn leaf. Also in the central continent, in the imperial city of Yanjin, there was a rather luxurious palace. There was no one inside, but there was a water curtain above the palace that clearly showed the scene of Wang Lin inside the Empyrean trial. Eastern continent, the number 1 sect of Shursan's 9 sects, the Purple Yang sect. In the forbidden area of the Purple Yang sect, in a stone room, there was a middle-aged man in a purple robe staring at a huge mirror before him that was reflecting the scene inside the Empyrean trial. However, the mirror was filled with golden light, so one could only see a blurry figure. Beside the middle-aged man sat 2 little girls, one in red and one in purple. These 2 little girls were around 7 or 8 years old, and their skin was as smooth as jade. They had red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes, making them look very cute. At this moment, the little girl in red had her chin in her hand and was yawning. She looked like she was looking at the mirror, but in truth, she was thinking about going out to play. She would occasionally look at the little girl in purple. The 2 of them blinked and opened their mouths at the same time. There was also a cultivator beside the little girl in purple. This cultivator had a bitter expression and was squatting there. There was a chain around his neck, and it looked like he was about to cry. It was obvious that he had been depressed for a long time and was now dispirited. Little wolf, what kind of expression is that? Little wolf, be good, don't be disobedient. The little girl in purple looked at the bitter cultivator and patted his head several times. Every time she patted his head, the cultivator would lower his head and more tears would flow down his face. The middle-aged man had a bitter expression as he whispered to the 2 little girls, 2 little ancestors, don't always think about playing. Oh, look at this person. I've investigated him, and he is also from the Eastern continent. Now that he has passed the 8th palace of the Empyrean trial, it doesn't matter if he can pass the 9th palace or not. He is someone we need to recruit. It's up to you. Han, you have to teach this disobedient wolf a lesson. Why don't we throw him into the Join pool? Last time he was disobedient. After a few days in there, he became well-behaved and even found a fun bell. The little girl in red smiled and completely ignored the middle-aged man. She arrived next to the bitter cultivator and, together with the little girl in purple, mercilessly patted the cultivator's head. The middle-aged man stared dumbfoundedly at this and let out a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and got up to bow at the 2 little girls playing. His expression was extremely serious. Grand Empyrean Gemini. The 2 little girls were still patting the head of the cultivator, called Little Wolf, causing his tears to finally flow. Wawa, he's crying? He must be faking it. This little wolf is disobedient. He must be faking it. The middle-aged man felt like he was going crazy and roared at the 2 little girls, Grand Empyrean Gemini. His roar shook the world and finally caused the 2 little girls to turn their heads and look at him. Little Guya, you're also disobedient? The little girl, called Wawa, frowned and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man completely ignored her. He took a deep breath and said, Grand Empyrean Gemini, this person needs to be recruited. Then recruit him. You go and bring him back for us to see. The little girl called Han waved her hand and grabbed Little Wolf. In a flash, she disappeared from the stone room with the other little girl. The middle-aged cultivator was left behind. He grabbed his hair and smiled bitterly. The 8th layer of the Empyrean trial shined brightly. Under the gazes of the hundreds of Empyrean exalts below, Wang Lin took a deep breath and rushed toward the 9th layer. He soon arrived at the 9th layer, surrounded by clouds. After pausing for a moment, he entered without hesitation. The moment he entered, all the cultivators below, including Empyrean Exalt Julin, held their breaths and stared at the 9th layer. The 7th layer has 6 sure sand planets, but the 8th layer has 81. The ninth layer is said to be the peak of Empyrean Exalt if passed. It is likely that 99 planets will appear. After Wang Lin entered the ninth layer, he appeared in the void. He calmly looked ahead. 99 planets suddenly changed their trajectories and flew toward Wang Lin. Among these 99 planets, 9 of them gave off a dazzling golden glow. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to use his 5-element and thunder essence true bodies. His body was also filled with 3 ethereal essences. This allowed his body to have 2 sure sand spells, and his essences and essence true bodies to have 92 spells. This was Wang Lin's limit before he wore the soul armor. 1 punch and 1 finger contained 92 spells, making him infinitely close to the peak of Empyrean Exalt. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and his eyes shined brightly. The Eam blade appeared in his right hand, and he used the simplest method to chop down on the 99 planets. 92 saber images appeared with this slash. These 92 saber images instantly fused together to form a single saber that swept through the starry sky. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and 92 of the 99 planets exploded. Before they could completely collapse, overlaps appeared on Wang Lin's body. His 5-element true body and thunder essence true body appeared and closed in on the remaining 7 golden planets. The 5-element true body flickered and turned into the water, fire, and earth essence true bodies. They flew toward the remaining 3 planets. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's thunder essence true body let out a roar and released monstrous thunder that shrouded the remaining 4 planets. It was as if thunder had descended to destroy the world, and the 4 planets collapsed. There was a gap in the time it took for the 99 planets to collapse, but Wang Lin did his best to reduce the gap. From afar, it looked like the 99 planets exploded at the same time. The moment they exploded, a golden light suddenly rose and spread out in all directions like a golden wave. In the Empyrean trial, under everyone's gazes, the 9th palace that hadn't released any light for many years suddenly released an unbelievable golden light. He passed the 9th palace. After today, Wang Lin's name will shock the 5 continents. The 9th palace. 1. The 9th palace. Passing the 9th palace is the peak of Empyrean Exalt. Just one more step, and he will become an Ascendant Empyrean. Could it be that I'll be able to see the birth of the 49th Ascendant Empyrean in the Celestial Clan? I fear all the Grand Empyreans are paying attention here. The cultivators below all gasped. Empyrean Exalt Zhu Lin bitterly lowered his head. Congratulations to fellow cultivator Wang Lin for passing the 9th palace. It was unknown who spoke first, but soon, all the cultivators here bowed toward the sky. Chapter 1954. I saw that this child was extraordinary back then. In less than 100 years, he passed the 9th palace. I can make him my subordinate. Forget it. Although he refused once, this time I sent an avatar. He can see that I value him. In the Tao East sect, before the waterfall that seemed to fall from the heavens, Grand Empyrean Tao Yi's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face became even wider. In the northern continent's glacier, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng looked at the glacier before him and closed his eyes. This child has passed the test in the mountain sea and passed the 9th palace. His combat power is similar to an Ascendant Empyrean's. Tao, he has his eyes on him, so he will definitely fight for him. However, Dao Yi's personality is arrogant. Although he won't go with his divine sense, at most, he will send an avatar. This time, I'll personally recruit him with my original body. This child should be able to judge who values him. On Mount Emperor, the beautiful woman revealed a happy smile. She seemed even happier than Wang Lin that he had passed the 9th palace. However, the old man beside her looked at the autumn leaves and didn't care at all. The old man shook his head and slowly said, "It is only the 9th palace. He is only at the peak of Empyrean Exalt. After passing the 10th palace, he will become an ascendant Empyrean. However, even if he passes the 10th palace, he will still be at the bottom of ascendant Empyrean Mingdao. The beautiful woman turned around and angrily said, "Teacher." The old man paused and wryly smiled. "Forget it. If he can pass the 10th palace, I'll ask him if he is willing to become the old man's subordinate." Alas, the first 9 palaces are for Empyrean exalts to pass. The 10th palace is the dividing line between Empyrean exalts and ascendant Empyreans. After passing the 10th palace, one can become an ascendant Empyrean. As for the 11th palace and above, it is completely different from the first 9 palaces. Aside from cultivation and combat power, one also needs to understand Tao. Empyrean trial. This is the meaning of the last 9 palaces. Every time one passes one of the last 9 palaces, it is a great fortune. This Wang Lin. The old man looked at his disciple and no longer spoke. Empyrean Exalt High Z was filled with excitement as she took a deep breath. She closed her eyes and her divine sense spread out into the sky. In a luxurious palace in the central continent's imperial city, within the empty palace, a cold laugh echoed through the palace when Wang Lin passed the 9th level. Is this the person that Dao Fei can't forget? I've underestimated him. In the Purple Sun sect of the Eastern Continent, the middle-aged cultivator was staring at the mirror in front of him alone. He ignored the faint screams that came from outside, and his eyes were shining brightly. We must recruit him. Since Grand Empyrean's last reincarnation, we have been separated for many years. His prestige is lacking, and most of the Empyrean exalts and ascendant Empyreans he recruited have left. Now that Grand Empyrean is about to reincarnate again, if this person can become his subordinate, he will be able to play a protective role. At the same time, in the Empyrean trial, after Wang Lin passed the 9th level, all the Empyrean exalts here bowed. Shortly after, nearly 100 people clasped their hands and quickly left. After their divine senses returned to their bodies, they used their connections to inform the Empyrean exalts they were familiar with. After all, someone had passed the 9th level. This matter was extremely important to the Empyrean exalts and could be considered a grand event. As news of this spread, it didn't take long for even more Empyrean exalts to gather from all over the Celestial clan. There was a flash of golden light in the 9th level, and Wang Lin walked out. He sat in the air and didn't continue to the 10th level, but he also didn't give up. The entire Empyrean Exalt trial was covered in golden light. All the Empyrean Exalts who arrived after receiving the notice were immediately shrouded in golden light the moment they entered the transfer array. They looked up and saw the endless golden light coming from the 9th floor. At the same time, they saw the figure sitting inside the golden light. Their expressions were serious, and there was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. At this moment, most of the Empyrean exalts here no longer mocked Wang Lin. Even their disdain had been crushed by reality. They respected the strong, especially those who could pass the 9th level. They were at the peak of Empyrean exalts. Time gradually passed, and more Empyrean exalts arrived. Rays of light flew over from the transfer array, and the light from the transfer array never stopped. Soon, there were nearly 700 Empyrean exalts in the Empyrean trial. They occupied almost 70% of all the Empyrean exalts in the Celestial clan. There were also Empyrean exalts who rushed over after receiving the news. This matter has caused a great sensation. More and more people are coming to the Empyrean trial. Once he passes the 10th palace, he will become an ascendant Empyrean. However, the 10th palace is said to be more difficult than the previous 9 palaces combined. Otherwise, the 49th ascendant Empyrean wouldn't have appeared in tens of thousands of years. It will likely be a bit difficult. Although very few Empyrean exalts have passed the 9th palace, there are still some. Which one of them wasn't famous? They even caused a stir when they passed the 9th palace. Many people were looking forward to it, but they failed at the 10th palace. This time is likely to be the same. Inside the Empyrean trial, more than 700 Empyrean exalts were scattered. While looking at the golden figure in the 9th palace, they were either thinking, talking with each other, or asking about Wang Lin's name and what had happened before. Among the more than 700 Empyrean exalts, there were some who were extremely calm. They were different, and even though they were just standing there, the other Empyrean exalts were very polite to them. There were less than a dozen of them, and they had all passed the 9th palace but stopped at the 10th palace. They had come here to see if Wang Lin could take the step they dreamed of. Brother Zhao, do you think this person can pass the 10th palace? It will be difficult. You and I have both tried the 10th palace. If this person really had the confidence to pass the 10th palace, he wouldn't still be cultivating. After another half an incense stick of time, there were nearly 800 cultivators gathered at the Empyrean trial. Almost all the Empyrean exalts in the Celestial clan had put down the matter of the 7 blades and rushed here to witness this important event. Among the crowd was a woman. She was extremely beautiful and was Empyrean Exalt High Z. She didn't want to see the autumn leaf at Mount Emperor and had come personally. Looking at the figure in the sky, Empyrean Exalt High Z smiled. This fellow disappeared for more than a decade after leaving the mountain sea. I didn't expect him to be so shocking the moment he reappeared, just as the nearly 800 Empyrean exalts were waiting for Wang Lin to attempt the 10th palace. The transfer array in the distance began to flash. A middle-aged man in white walked out. He had a cold expression and didn't look at anyone. Instead, he jumped into the air and looked at Wang Lin. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain. Even Ascendant Empyrean was alarmed. It's not just Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain. Look, that's Ascendant Empyrean Dao Luan. The appearance of an Ascendant Empyrean immediately caught the attention of other Empyrean exalts. The transfer array flashed, and another person walked out. This person was an old man who frowned. He flew into the air and looked at the man in white. They nodded at each other and then looked at Wang Lin. Ascendant Empyrean Meng Shuang. That's Ascendant Empyrean Z Tua. It's him. He looks like a child all year round. So it must be him. Rumor has it that he passed the 12th palace. Bursts of discussions silently echoed among the nearly 800 Empyrean exalts. A total of 4 Ascendant Empyreans appeared in the ancient transfer array. The 4 of them didn't talk to each other and immediately looked at the sky. Just at this moment, the surroundings suddenly became silent because Wang Lin, who was sitting inside the golden light in the 9th palace, stood up. His action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wang Lin looked down at the crowd below and frowned, but he soon relaxed. His purpose was to shock the world. The more people here, the better. Among the crowd below, there were 4 people that caught Wang Lin's attention. These 4 were the 4 Ascendant Empyreans that had come here. When Wang Lin looked at them, they looked back at Wang Lin. Their expressions were calm, without the slightest emotion. After their gazes met, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and walked toward the 10th floor. With one step, he charged toward the 10th floor at an extremely fast speed and disappeared without a trace. He has passed the 10th palace. The 10th palace is like the Dragon's Gate. Once he passes it, he will be the 49th Ascendant Empyrean of my Celestial clan. All the cultivators below watched with rapt attention, afraid to miss anything. At this moment, in the Celestial clan, Dao, Yi, Wu Feng, and the people in the empty palace in the Imperial City all looked at the Empyrean trial before them. They watched Wang Lin walk into the 10th palace. There was also the middle-aged man in the Purple Yang sect. He took a deep breath and didn't even blink. Can he pass? This was the same thought that appeared in the hearts of many people, including all the Empyrean exalts here. Time passed. 8 breaths had passed since Wang Lin entered the 10th palace. The 9th breath, the 10th breath. Everyone's gazes gathered on the 10th palace that they could only vaguely see. This palace had not released a sliver of golden light for tens of thousands of years. However, every time it released a sliver of golden light, it meant that there was one more Ascendant Empyrean on the Celestial clan. There were only 48 Ascendant Empyreans on the Celestial clan. Once one more appeared, it would be a golden age for the Celestial clan. Even the ancient clan wouldn't know of such a cultivator. Such a cultivator was enough to cause a stir across the immortal astral continent. the 11th breath, the 12th breath, the sure Sam breath, until the 20th breath. He must have failed. Among the Empyrean exalts below, someone sighed. However, just at this moment, a series of exclamations echoed in this silent Empyrean trial, like a monstrous wave. Golden light! That is golden light! Golden light from the 10th palace. After tens of thousands of years, golden light has appeared in the 10th palace again. He passed it. In the sky, the hazy 10th level was mostly covered by clouds and mist. But after 20 breaths of time, in front of everyone's eyes, a shocking golden light that shook the heavens and the earth shone. The expressions of the 4 Ascendant Empyreans suddenly became serious. Ascendant Empyrean, please get monthly votes. Chapter 1955. In the blurry sky of the Empyrean trial, the 10th palace that hadn't shined for countless years erupted with a bright light. The golden light spread like a golden wave and replaced the color of the eyes of all the cultivators here. As the golden light spread, a giant figure appeared. This figure wasn't Wang Lin, but a majestic figure wearing a golden robe that gave off a sense of majesty. This figure was extremely tall, like a giant that stood between the heavens and earth. When he appeared from the golden light in the 10th palace, he became even more solid. In a flash, the figure became completely clear. He was very handsome and gave off an ancient aura. He also gave off a power that would make all celestials worship him. He wore a golden robe and even had a golden crown on his head. This made him look like he was looking down on the world. The moment this figure appeared, the 800 Empyrean exalts and the 4 Ascendant Empyreans were all shocked. It's the shadow the celestial ancestor left in the Empyrean trial. Rumor has it that this shadow has existed for countless years and has been separated from the celestial ancestor. Even if the celestial ancestor dies, this shadow will exist forever and fuse with the Empyrean trial. The 10th palace is the dividing line between Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans. My celestial clan has a rumor that every Ascendant Empyrean cultivator must receive a title from the celestial ancestor. I didn't expect this to be true. After passing the 10th palace, the celestial ancestor's shadow appeared. This Wang Lin has leapt through the Dragon Gate and become an Ascendant Empyrean. He is no longer on the same level as us. To be able to personally see someone become an Ascendant Empyrean and receive a title from the celestial ancestor's shadow. This trip to the Empyrean trial was not in vain. Once the gigantic golden figure appeared, all the cultivators on the ground bowed towards the figure in the sky with incredibly respectful expressions. No one forced them to bow, but it was an action born out of respect from all the immortals in the area. We Celestial Clan Juniors greet the celestial ancestor. All the cultivators bowed, and their voices echoed across the Empyrean trial. Just as the cultivators below bowed, a ray of light flew out from the 10th palace before the celestial ancestor shadow. The golden light revealed a figure. It was Wang Lin. This scene seemed to become eternal in the eyes of all the cultivators. In the sky, 2 golden figures, one large and one small, were less than 1,000 feet apart, looking at each other. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale. After he appeared, he immediately saw the giant, golden figure before him. After seeing its appearance, his heart trembled. This figure was the celestial ancestor he had seen twice before. The golden eyes were filled with endless majesty, and at this moment, his gaze fell on Wang Lin. That gaze seemed to contain an indescribable power. When it looked at Wang Lin, it was as if it wanted to see through Wang Lin's body and see through all the secrets inside and out. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he felt like he was naked under this gaze. It was as if all the secrets in his mind were clearly revealed to this gaze. Wang Lin hadn't expected this at all. Even his teacher, Grand Empyrean Xian Luo, hadn't expected Wang Lin to reach this step in the Celestial Clan. As a result, the completely unprepared Wang Lin's inner secrets were exposed before this gaze. It was as if a giant hand had appeared in Wang Lin's mind and quickly searched through his memories. Nothing he tried to hide was of any use. From the moment he was born, it rapidly searched through his memories. There were only 48 ascendant Empyreans in the entire Celestial clan. For the Celestial clan, ascendant Empyreans were extremely precious, second only to Grand Empyreans. They were a force at the peak of the Celestial clan. Even the Celestial ancestor would pay attention to such a cultivator. When he created the Empyrean trial, he had already considered the possibility of ancient clan or foreign cultivators changing their auras and mixing in with the Celestial clan to obtain the title of Ascendant Empyrean. How could the Celestial ancestor allow such a thing? Empyrean exalts were fine, but Ascendant Empyreans had to be cultivators from the immortal astral continent. They had to be born and raised on the immortal astral continent without any clues. This was why there was a rumor that someone could become an Ascendant Empyrean after passing the 10th palace. This was the most authoritative testimony in the Celestial clan. Every Empyrean exalt would experience this when they became an Ascendant Empyrean. All 48 Ascendant Empyreans on the Celestial clan had gone through this. This trial was an extremely important one. If the Celestial ancestor's avatar determined that someone was a foreign cultivator or a cultivator from the G clan, then this matter would immediately spread. Forget Wang Lin. Not even a Grand Empyrean would be able to escape. The Celestial ancestor's avatar wouldn't act, but once he noticed something, it would be an Ascendant Empyrean or even a Grand Empyrean that would personally kill him. As the Celestial ancestor's avatar watched, Wang Lin's memories from his childhood were opened. The heaven-defying bead that had fused with his mind appeared once more. It slowly rotated and released a gentle force that surrounded Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin silently watched as the heaven-defying bead created a memory for the Celestial ancestor's avatar to see. No one knew what the Celestial ancestor's avatar saw. A moment later, his gaze on Wang Lin slowly softened. After a long time, under the gazes of all the cultivators below, the Celestial ancestor's clone raised his left hand. With a wave, a scroll that looked like an imperial edict appeared out of thin air and floated before him. There were 48 names on the scroll. Each name gave off a dazzling light, and a pressure descended on the world. Ascendant Exalt List. Is this the legendary Ascendant Exalt List? Rumor has it that every Ascendant Empyrean is chosen by the Celestial ancestor, and their name is written on the Ascendant Exalt List. This list doesn't appear easily and will only appear when a new Ascendant Empyrean passes the 10th palace. The Ascendant Exalt List. Any name written on it will receive the protection of the Celestial ancestor. It is the highest glory of my Celestial clan. Aside from the 4 Ascendant Empyreans, everyone else took a deep breath, and their eyes were filled with desire. They were all Empyrean exalts, but not even Empyrean exalts were qualified to write their name on the Ascendant Exalt List. The Celestial ancestor's avatar suddenly raised his right hand, and a golden pen appeared. He waved it and wrote down a line of celestial words. 49th, Wang Lin. The moment the last stroke was finished, the Celestial ancestor's avatar slowly dissipated and turned back into a ray of golden light that shrouded the entire Empyrean trial. When the Celestial ancestor's avatar completely dissipated, the cultivators below were completely silent. A moment later, they all bowed toward the sky. Greetings, Ascendant Empyrean. Among the people that bowed were Empyrean Exalt Julin, and those that doubted Wang Lin will be able to pass the 9th or 10th palace. There was also an extremely beautiful woman in the crowd. She looked at Wang Lin from below. She suddenly felt that the distance between them was like right now. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Very, very far. This sudden feeling made her feel an indescribable sense of melancholy. Wang Lin silently pondered in the air. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt like he had experienced life and death. He didn't expect the Empyrean trial to contain such a hidden meaning. The heaven-defying bead appeared on its own once more and resolve the crisis for me. This thing has its own spirit. What is it? Where did it come from? It can hide from the celestial ancestors' avatar. There are actually 99 golden stars on the 10th floor. No wonder so few people can pass this test. Even I had to use the heavenly bull soul armor at that instant to pass the 10th floor. While Wang Lin was pondering, 3 people flew up from below and stopped around Wang Lin. They were the 3 Ascendant Empyreans, Snow Rain, Dao Luan, and Meng Xuan. As for Ascendant Empyrean Zituo, he was calm and didn't come up. He looked at Wang Lin and remained silent. Congratulations, Wang Daoyu. Ha! From now on, my celestial clan has one more Ascendant Empyrean. It won't be long before all the Ascendant Empyreans on the celestial clan learn of this. Wang Daoyu has shocked everyone. If we meet in the northern continent in the future, we must get drunk and discuss Dao. Wang Daoyu, after you become an Ascendant Empyrean, I fear you will have to face the recruitment of those Grand Empyreans. I'm Snow Rain, and I'm listening to Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's Dao. If fellow cultivator can come, it will be a joyous occasion. I wonder where fellow cultivator plans to go now. The 3 of them smiled and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands in response. I haven't made a decision on which Grand Empyrean to choose, and I don't plan on leaving. As Wang Lin spoke, he looked up at the completely blurry 11th palace. When he raised his head, the 3 of them became suspicious. Could it be that Wang Daoyu wants to continue to the 11th palace? Yes. Wang Lin nodded with a smile. The 3 of them had different expressions. After looking at Wang Lin, Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain hesitated for a moment and softly said, "None of us have passed the 11th palace. Since Wang Daoyu wants to experience it, I have some experience that might be helpful to fellow cultivator." The difficulty of the Empyrean trial after the 10th palace is far more difficult than the 1st and 9th palaces. Once you fail, you won't be unscathed like the first 10 palaces. You will be seriously injured. Although it won't be serious, you still need to be careful. In addition, it is very difficult to pass the 10th palace in a short period of time. This is why Ascendant Empyreans rarely come here. Without 80% confidence, we Ascendant Empyreans won't casually attempt it. As far as I know, out of the 49 Ascendant Empyreans, including Wang Daoyu, 27 of them were stopped at the 11th palace. Aside from those 27, Sam was stopped at the 12th palace. Fellow cultivator Zitao was rumored to have passed the 12th palace, but he was also stopped at the 12th palace. Chapter 1956. There are 7 people who stopped at the Sam Palace. Aside from these 47 Ascendant Empyreans, there are 2 strongest. One is Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei, who passed the 14th palace. The other is the strongest Ascendant Empyrean, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, who stopped at the 16th palace. From the 11th palace onward, each palace is extremely difficult. It is not as simple as shattering planets in the first 10 palaces, but the 72 foreign beasts that the celestial ancestor fought. There are strong and weak among the 72 foreign beasts. Although they are only illusions in the Empyrean trial, and their strength has been greatly weakened, there are still spirits that could battle against the celestial ancestor. If one can defeat all 72 foreign beasts and walk the path of the celestial ancestor, then they will naturally have the strength to make Grand Empyreans hesitate to act against them when they pass the 19th palace. From the 11th palace onward, there is a great fortune, but not everyone can obtain it. Even those that pass the 11th palace can't obtain it. As for the specifics, I don't know, but I know that someone obtained a spell from the celestial ancestor in the 11th palace. However, throughout the history of the celestial clan, only one Ascendant Empyrean passed the 19th palace and then became a Grand Empyrean in the immemorial God realm. Aside from him, no one else has passed the 19th palace. Not even the current Grand Empyreans can do it. Even Grand Empyrean Dao, E, and Grand Empyrean 8 Extreme were only Empyrean Exalts back then. However, due to a coincidence, One became a Grand Empyrean in the immemorial god realm, and the other inherited the celestial ancestor's bloodline. Grand Empyrean Gemini and Grand Empyrean GOT are rumored to be from the same generation and were once under the celestial ancestor. I don't know if this is true or not, but I know that Grand Empyrean Wu Feng was also an Ascendant Empyrean, but he only passed the 14th palace. He can't compare to the current Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The reason I chose to follow him is because of this. After all, we Ascendant Empyreans have our own pride. Even if we become a Grand Empyrean by chance, if we aren't convinced, how could we follow him? Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, which Grand Empyrean was the only Ascendant Empyrean to pass the 19th palace? Wang Lin had never heard of this before, so his expression immediately became serious. Dong Lin sect, Grand Empyrean Dong Lin. Before he died, he was the #1 Grand Empyrean of the Celestial Clan. Even Grand Empyrean GOT feared him. He relied on his own strength to reach the Grand Empyrean realm step by step. Unfortunately, it was obvious that Grand Empyrean Dong Lin was someone Snow Rain respected a lot. When she mentioned him, her expression was a bit gloomy. Wang Lin silently pondered and thought of the old man in the Dong Lin sect who relied on dreams to not be lonely, the descendant of Grand Empyrean Dong Lin. Many thanks. Wang Lin took a deep breath and clasped his hands at Snow Rain. Then he looked up at the 11th palace and revealed a decisive gaze. Without hesitation, his body flickered. As Snow Rain and company watched, all the Empyrean exalts below exclaimed, and the indifferent Ascendant Empyrean Z2O's eyes lit up. Wang Lin's figure charged into the sky like a sword. He was very fast and penetrated through the layers of clouds and arrived outside the 11th palace. The 11th palace was the goal of all Empyrean exalts. Whether they passed it or not, it was a symbol of strength and status. The 11th palace was a bit different from the previous 10 palaces. It was even larger, and the pressure it gave off was much stronger. It was completely black and gave off a gloomy aura. Including those 9 people, there are only 22 people in the Celestial Clan that have passed the 11th palace. Shocking the world, passing the 10th palace and becoming an Ascendant Empyrean isn't enough. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped into the 11th palace without hesitation. The moment Wang Lin stepped into the 11th palace, all the Empyrean exalts below gasped and were filled with horror and excitement. This kind of expression shouldn't appear on these Empyrean exalts. It has to be said that any one of them could cause the world to change colors with a stomp of their feet. However, at this moment, due to Wang Lin's crazy actions, they were all filled with excitement. I thought he would stop after passing the 10th palace, but he still wants to continue. How many palaces is he going to pass? How many palaces can he pass? He's crazy. If this Wang Lin isn't confident, then he must be crazy from the glory of becoming an Ascendant Empyrean. It's rare, extremely rare for someone to pass the palace consecutively. Snow Rain and company also looked over. They weren't optimistic about Wang Lin's actions. In their opinion, Wang Lin had a 90% chance of failure. After all, they had tried the 11th palace before and failed. More than half of the Ascendant Empyreans had stopped here. They didn't believe that Wang Lin, who had just become an Ascendant Empyrean, had the ability. He does have the courage to try, but the 11th palace is not so easy. Back then, I also tried the 11th palace after passing the 10th palace, but I failed. It took many years before I succeeded. Among the more than 40 Ascendant Empyreans, only Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei and Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao passed the 10th palace. One of them stopped at the 12th palace, and the other stopped at the Shan palace. The reason these two were so famous as the strongest Ascendant Empyreans had a lot to do with this. This person is impossible. The short, childlike Ascendant Empyrean Z2O's expression remained the same, but he sneered in his heart. At this moment, not only were the cultivators here paying attention, But the Grand Empyreans and even more Ascendant Empyreans knew through their own methods that the 49th Ascendant Empyrean had appeared on the Celestial Clan. Moreover, this new Ascendant Empyrean didn't immediately leave, but continued to try. In the Tao Yi sect, Grand Empyrean Tao Yi seemed to ignore everything around him as he stared at the reflection in the water. His expression remained the same, but his fists would occasionally reveal a strange light. This child must be recruited as a subordinate. There's also the glacier in the northern continent. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng is staring at the glacier with determination in his eyes. As for the middle-aged man in the Purple Yang sect, he was extremely excited as he listened to the miserable screams. He looked at the mirror before him and muttered to himself, if he can become Grand Empyrean Gemini's subordinate, he will definitely be of great help to Grand Empyrean Gemini. Central Continent, Mount Emperor. The 9th Emperor Grand Empyrean was lazily sitting there, facing the sun. He was like an old man that didn't want to move and was basking in the sun. When Wang Lin passed the 10th palace, he opened his eyes and looked around. Past the competition, even if he passed the 10th palace, he would just be a bigger ant. He can't compare to Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei and definitely can't compare to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Alas, I wonder what benefits the Celestial Emperor gave Ming Dao. The old man sighed as if it was a pity that he hadn't been able to defeat Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. In the Imperial Palace in the Central Continent, a murmur came from the empty palace. Ming Dao, what do you think? As his words echoed, ripples suddenly appeared in the palace, and a person walked out. This was a young man in black. He was extremely handsome and gave off a cold aura. He looked at the illusion of the Empyrean trial above the palace. It will only take one breath to kill him. Due to the fact that Wang Lin was an Ascendant Empyrean, Wang Lin had to pass the 11th palace for now. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped into the 11th palace. His vision became blurry, and he appeared among the stars. However, there were no stars in this space, and it was covered in fog. This fog was so thick that it seemed impossible to remove it. What is Tao? A majestic voice suddenly appeared among the stars and set off countless echoes that echoed in Wang Lin's mind and ears. What is Tao? What is Tao? The voice became even more intense. It was like a murmur, a roar, and it shook Wang Lin's body. Even his soul felt like it was going to scatter. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale, but his eyes shined brightly. His understanding of Tao had turned into his 3 ethereal essences. Just in terms of Tao, he was far above many people on the immortal astral continent. Even some Empyrean exalts and Ascendant Empyreans couldn't compare to Wang Lin. This kind of understanding of Tao was not something others could see aside from oneself. It was more like a sublimation of one's thoughts. Wang Lin slowly said, life and death as a rope. This is Tao. At the instant he spoke, the epiphanies he had gained regarding life and death over the past 3,000 years turned into his quintessence of life and death. At the instant it enveloped his entire body, the voice disappeared. At the same time, the fog before him tumbled about and gathered together to form a rope that surrounded the area. As it spread out, it revealed the starry sky under the fog, and a figure dressed in a golden robe and wearing a crown on his head. There was a giant scorpion before the figure. This scorpion was 100,000 feet long and gave off a cold aura. It also let out a sharp roar. Wang Lin's vision blurred. When it became clear, he seemed to have replaced the golden figure and was battling the scorpion. Green Devil Scorpion. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to put on the soul armor. Time slowly passed. This was different from when he passed one palace in a few breaths of time. After Wang Lin entered the 11th palace, half an incense stick of time had passed. This place was completely silent. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the sky, covered in fog, waiting. It's going to try the 11th palace. Once he fails, he will know the difference. He will understand that the Empyrean trial is not a place that can be passed just by being crazy. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain looked up and thought to himself. Even now, he still didn't think Wang Lin could succeed. Does he think he is Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei or Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao? I spent a lot of effort to barely pass the 11th palace. Not only did I ponder the meaning of Tao for a long time, but facing the foreign spirit 7 times in a row was extremely difficult. It is impossible for him to pass it in one go. Ascendant Empyrean Z2O's eyes lit up, and he sneered in his heart. However, his body suddenly trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A burst of golden light abruptly burst out from the 11th floor of the palace that was surrounded by clouds and mist. This is impossible. Ascendant Empyrean Z2O's eyes widened. Please recommend me. Chapter 1957. In the first Empyrean trial, as the golden light spread out from the 11th palace, Wang Lin walked out. His face was pale, and he immediately sat down inside the golden light. Everything that had happened in the 11th palace appeared in his mind. The green devil scorpion was the first spirit to appear. After that, 8 more foreign spirits appeared, and there was almost no gap between them. If not for Wang Lin putting on the soul armor and going all out, it would have been difficult for him to last past the 11th palace. In particular, the last spirit was a giant elephant the size of a cultivation planet. The power of this elephant was endless. Wang Lin could feel that these 9 foreign spirits were all illusions, and the power they displayed couldn't compare to their original bodies. Even so, they were still extremely powerful. Almost every one of them was at the peak of Empyrean Exalt, and the last 4 could battle an ordinary Ascendant Empyrean. Wang Lin didn't have time to waste. He had a time limit on the soul armor, so he would take it off after the battle in the 11th palace to use it to its fullest extent. The moment he walked out of the 11th palace and the golden light spread out, a majestic voice suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Outsiders couldn't hear this voice, only he could feel it. I'm Lian Yinju. I left my comprehension in the Empyrean trial, along with my 8 extreme Tao. If future generations are fated, they can obtain it in the Empyrean trial. Thou hast passed my test, and shall be bestowed the extreme fire Tao. This spell is not a spell, essence, or spell. It was not created by me, but inherited from the immemorial God realm. As this voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind, a familiar scene appeared in his mind. There was a palm that didn't contain the power of fire. It raised its hand and pressed down, and a strand of green smoke wrapped around its finger 9 times. It grew larger and larger until it formed 9 rings of green smoke that gave off a terrifying aura. Wang Lin sat inside the golden light with his eyes closed. As the scene appeared in his mind and the voice echoed, he had seen this spell before. He had even borrowed the power of his avatar in the void to display it. But now, without the help of his avatar, he subconsciously raised his right hand while meditating with his eyes closed. Under the golden light, a wisp of green smoke suddenly appeared, surrounding one of his fingers. The sight caused the cultivators below to stare with their eyes and mouths agape. He really passed the 11th palace. Not many Ascendant Empyreans have passed the 11th palace. He went from the 5th palace to the 11th palace in such a short period of time. I can no longer guess his limit. After Wang Lin passed the 11th palace, he had completely broken away from the Empyrean Exalt realm. The Empyrean Exalts below couldn't even see the green smoke around Wang Lin's finger. However, Shui Yu and company could clearly see it. The 3 of them had complicated expressions as they looked at Wang Lin and were startled for a moment. He passed the 11th palace the first time. I saw the green smoke on his finger from a Sinikai way. It is clearly the extreme fire Tao of the celestial ancestors' 8 extreme Taos. I thought he was the same as me, but I didn't expect him to have the power to pass the 11th palace. Among Ascendant Empyreans, the gap between each palace is enormous. The 3 of them silently pondered and sighed in their hearts. However, compared to the 3 of them, Ascendant Empyrean Z2O's expression changed. He looked at Wang Lin inside the golden light with a vicious gaze. 11th palace. Damn it, I took a long time to pass the 11th palace, but he passed it in one try and obtained the celestial ancestor's spell. And after I passed it, I didn't obtain it. The 11th palace must be his limit. It is impossible for him to pass the 12th palace. Over the countless years, even Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei stopped at the 12th palace when he first became an Ascendant Empyrean. Only Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao can pass it. It is impossible for this person to pass. Ascendant Empyrean Zita stared at Wang Lin, who was sitting inside the golden light, and a rare sense of jealousy appeared in his heart. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the green smoke on his finger. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and the green smoke dissipated. He stood up and didn't look down. Instead, he looked up at the 12th palace high up in the sky. Ascendant Empyrean Snow Rain said that from the 11th palace onwards, there is a great fortune in each palace. Sure enough, the 8 extreme Daos were not created by the celestial ancestor, but inherited from the immemorial God realm. What kind of place is the immemorial God realm? According to the signs, the heaven-defying bead came from there. Grand Empyreans obtained their cultivation from there. Even the celestial ancestor's spell was inherited from the immemorial God realm. What kind of existence is there? As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes shined brightly. The Empyrean trial is not only about fame, but also the fortune left by the celestial ancestor. Lian Yunjue. The celestial ancestor is indeed called that. Wang Lin took a deep breath and charged toward the 12th palace as he heard the exclamations coming from below. He could vaguely hear the excitement and deep expectation in the exclamations below. However, he didn't care about any of that, but his original purpose for coming to the Empyrean trial. He wanted to shock the world with one roar. He felt that just passing the first palace was not enough to shock the world with one roar. He knew that Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei, who was second only to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, had stopped at the 12th palace. Even if he stood on the same level as Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, it wouldn't be considered shocking. He felt that the strongest Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, would barely be considered shocking if he surpassed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. What's more, above the 11th palace was a great fortune. Wang Lin was very interested in the 8 extreme Daos that the celestial ancestor had inherited from the immemorial God realm. Crazy. He really went to the 12th palace. The 12th palace, I don't know how many Ascendant Empyreans have passed it, but this kind of person is extremely rare. He will definitely succeed. I don't think he will fail this time. Wang Lin's actions caused Snow Rain and company to stare dumbfoundedly as he disappeared into the clouds. After a long time, their gazes became even more complicated and filled with admiration. People say, how can a goose understand the ambition of a swan? Today, I finally understand. His pursuit is something we can only watch from afar. Snow Rain, do you think he can pass the 12th palace? Yes. Although this is the first time I've met him, he obviously won't do something he isn't confident in. Since he dares to step into the 12th palace, he must be confident. It's unlikely. It has to be said that only Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao was able to pass the 12th palace when he became an Ascendant Empyrean for the first time. If he passes it, won't he set off a storm like Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao? When Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao became an Ascendant Empyrean for the first time and passed the 12th palace, he attracted the attention of the Grand Empyreans. Almost all the Ascendant Empyreans came. In order to recruit Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, the Grand Empyreans all offered extremely tempting conditions. In the end, he chose the Celestial Emperor. Just as the 3 of them were conversing, an extremely bright light suddenly burst forth from the ancient teleportation formation in the distance. Under that light, figures appeared one after another. These figures caused the Empyrean Exalt cultivators below to become respectful, but they weren't surprised that these people, who were rarely seen, had all appeared. Ascendant Empyrean Heavenly Flame, Ascendant Empyrean Chun Fan, Ascendant Empyrean Dream Breaker, that is Ascendant Empyrean Handan. The Empyrean Exalts below immediately recognized the ascendant Empyrean cultivators they had seen before. After a moment of silence, nearly 30 ascendant Empyreans arrived from all over the celestial clan. Their divine senses rushed into the Empyrean trial. After they appeared, they looked up at the sky with extremely serious expressions. It was extremely rare for so many Empyrean exalts and ascendant Empyreans to appear in the Empyrean trial. Over the countless years, this had only happened once, and that was when ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao became an ascendant Empyrean. Even ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei didn't cause such a storm. After a few breaths of time, the ancient transfer array in the distance shined brighter and brighter. A moment later, a tall figure walked out. The moment this figure appeared, the entire Empyrean trial became silent. Whether it was the Empyrean exalts or ascendant Empyreans, they all bowed at the tall figure. "Greetings, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng." This tall figure was one of the 5 Grand Empyreans, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. After he appeared, his expression was calm as he took a step and stood in the sky. He ignored everyone's greetings and looked at Wang Lin, who was outside the 12th palace and seemed to be pondering. "Wang Lin, it doesn't matter if you pass the 12th palace or not. If you follow this lord will give you a promise. You can make any promise you want." Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed inside the Empyrean trial and even reached Wang Lin outside the 12th palace. Wang Lin stopped outside the 12th palace and clasped his hands as he looked down. "Thank you, Grand Empyrean, but Wang still needs to focus on entering the Empyrean trial. We can talk about this later, okay?" "Okay." Grand Empyrean Wu Feng didn't mind at all. He looked at Wang Lin, and the more he looked, the more he wanted to recruit Wang Lin. This scene was seen by all the surrounding cultivators, and their expressions changed. This kind of scene with so many ascendant Empyreans was comparable to ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's event. "Little friend Wang Lin, do you still remember our agreement?" Just at this moment, a voice that made Grand Empyrean Wu Feng frown came from the ancient transfer array. The transfer array shined, and Grand Empyrean Dao slowly walked out. "Erupt today." Chapter 1958. Grand Empyrean Dao wearing a simple Taoist robe, walked out with a smile and looked at Wang Lin, who was outside the 12th palace. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he also looked at Grand Empyrean Dao. After pondering a bit, he clasped his hands and spoke. "Remember, if Wang passes the 9th palace, Grand Empyrean Dao will come to recruit him. This matter is not urgent. Little friend Wang Lin can go to the 12th palace first." Grand Empyrean Dao smiled and looked at Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. Their gazes met and seemed to solidify. This scene fell into the eyes of all the surrounding cultivators, especially the Empyrean exalts. They all had strange expressions. Aside from matter with ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, this was the second time they had seen a Grand Empyrean fight over someone. There was a flash of coldness in Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's eyes as he slowly said, "Dao, I'm interested in this child. Don't compete with me. Wu Feng, even we can't force an ascendant Empyrean to join us. Everything depends on his own choice. Just because you like him, he won't follow you. Also, he is about to attempt the 12th palace. Once he passes it, he will be comparable to ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Such a person, forget you and me, even that old fellow God might be tempted. There's also that celestial emperor. I don't know what he promised ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, but he ended up being recruited by him." Grand Empyrean Dao smiled and shook his head. As the two of them talked, Wang Lin took a deep breath and stepped into the 12th palace. The moment he entered the palace, Dao, and Wu Feng stopped talking and looked up. All the surrounding cultivators, whether they were Empyrean exalts or ascendant Empyreans, did the same. However, the people outside the Empyrean trial had different thoughts. The middle-aged man inside the Purple Sun sect looked at the mirror bitterly and let out a deep sigh. How did this person pass the 11th palace? The 11th palace is fine, but he can't pass the 12th palace. Once he passes it, how am I going to recruit him? I fear he will immediately be recruited by the Nine Emperor Grand Empyrean and the Celestial Emperor. Even Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Grand Empyrean Wu Feng will find it difficult to compare with those two. Unfortunately, if nothing had happened to my purple yang sex Grand Empyrean Gemini during her last reincarnation, she could compete with Jiu and the Celestial Emperor. The middle-aged cultivator let out a bitter sigh and was about to give up on the idea of recruiting her. However, just at this moment, the door to the stone room was kicked open and a little girl in red ran in. "Little Guya, why are you still looking at that broken mirror? Quickly come out and help me and Han take care of that little wolf. This little wolf is too disobedient today. I'm going to teach him a good lesson today." Little ancestor, the middle-aged cultivator looked like he was about to cry and was about to speak. The person in this broken mirror is a bit familiar. The little girl in red looked at the mirror and frowned as if she was thinking. Little ancestor, of course you are familiar. That is Grand Empyrean Wu Feng and Grand Empyrean Dao. The middle-aged cultivator sighed. He had already decided to give up on recruiting her. "Let's go, little ancestor. I'll help you deal with that little wolf." The middle-aged cultivator let out a sigh and felt pity for the cultivator named Greedy Wolf. "Not that damn Baldy and the fake masked man, it's this one." The little girl raised her right hand and pointed at Wang Lin, who had stepped into the 12th palace. He entered the hall. He looks very familiar. Let me think. The little girl pondered for a moment, and her eyes suddenly lit up. His name is Wang Lin. I remembered that when I found Wolf Cub, I also saw him. I remembered that Han and I had helped him once. And Han seemed to have seen him before me. Is he the one you said you wanted to recruit? Okay. Han and I will go with you. The little girl blinked, clapped her hands, and laughed. The middle-aged man gulped and blankly stared at the little girl. After a long time, his expression immediately became excited. Little ancestor, are you sure you knew him before and even saved him? Little Guya, are you being disobedient? The little girl frowned. She pointed at the agitated middle-aged man and spoke in an old-fashioned tone. Grand Empyrean Gemini is indeed worthy of being called Grand Empyrean Gemini. She predicted this change ahead of time and saved this person before. With this relationship, perhaps we can really recruit him. The middle-aged cultivator excitedly laughed. His face lit up, and he didn't forget to coax his little ancestor as he did Heisey. As soon as the little girl heard this, she immediately beamed with joy and revealed a proud expression. Little Guya, this is what you get for being disobedient. Now you know how powerful Han and I are. I already told you to ignore those guys that left, but you didn't listen. Grand Empyrean Gemini, never force others. If you want to leave, then leave. How could you and them know my plans? The more the little girl spoke, the more proud she became, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Yes. Grand Empyrean Gemini's plans are admirable. Guya admires. The middle-aged cultivator quickly smiled and looked at the little girl with love in his eyes. Although his cultivation level was inferior, after Grand Empyrean Gemini had an accident during her reincarnation, he chose to stay and take care of the two little girls when everyone else left. All of this was because of the kindness Grand Empyrean Gemini had shown him when she was at her peak. Back then, he was just an unremarkable Empyrean Exalt under Grand Empyrean Gemini, but now he was the only one. While the Purple Yang sect was laughing, far away on Mount Emperor in the central continent, Grand Empyrean Jiu, who was originally lazily basking in the sun, stared at the autumn leaf before him. He actually passed the 11th level and is going to challenge the 12th level. This can be barely considered character. I could try to recruit him. However, High Z is there. If I go there, it doesn't seem to be in line with what Slaughter said. Although the old man said this, his eyes did not even blink as he stared at Autumn Leaf. Forget it. It is just the 11th palace. If this child doesn't go, he is far inferior to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The old man turned his head and closed his eyes. However, after a while, he opened his eyes again and looked at the Autumn Leaf. Can he pass or not? Also in the central continent, in the imperial city of Yanjin, the black-robed ascendant Emperor Ming Dao stared at the shadow in the hall and gradually frowned. "Can you kill him in one breath?" A calm voice reverberated in the hall. Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao silently pondered. A moment later, he slowly spoke. "One breath can do it." A smile seemed to echo, and the voice echoed once more. "He can't pass the 12th palace. His heavenly bull soul armor will meet the heavenly bull on the 12th palace. Let others fight for this person. This emperor is not interested." However, just as his words echoed inside the hall, his voice suddenly stopped. Ripples echoed from the dragon throne, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe and a crown appeared. He looked very similar to the celestial ancestor. At this moment, there was a hint of shock in his eyes as he looked at the shadow in the hall. The 12th palace in the shadow suddenly erupted with dazzling, golden light. This golden light was clearly spreading in the Empyrean trial, but at this moment, it seemed to penetrate the void. It spread out from the shadow and shrouded the entire hall. He passed the 12th palace. The middle-aged man in the golden robe was shocked. The black-robed young man beside him, Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao, gave off a shocking killing intent. He stared at the shadow with a monstrous coldness in his eyes. He understood that Wang Lin had passed the 12th palace. Just like him, Wang Lin would receive the attention of everyone and be fought over by all the Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin would be able to choose better conditions to make his cultivation stronger. Wang Lin's action of passing the 12th palace would make it so that everyone would add that person's name when they talked about him in the future. He, who always considered himself the #1 Ascendant Empyrean, didn't like this kind of thing. A mere 12th palace. How many people in the Celestial clan could do this? Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao silently pondered for a moment and then slowly said. However, the middle-aged man in the golden robe stared at the shadow. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, on Mount Emperor, the old man suddenly stood up, and his eyes revealed a strange light. However, after hesitating a bit, he slowly sat down. "I've seen him once before. This child has the heavenly bull soul armor. With the power of the soul armor, he passed the 12th palace, but he still can't compare to Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao, unless he can pass the sure Sand Palace with the soul armor. Otherwise, he is just an ordinary Ascendant Empyrean." The old man pondered a bit before sitting down and closing his eyes. Useless. Really useless. Recruiting or not. He should not be able to pass the sure Sand Palace, and will probably choose to give up. The old man immediately opened his eyes. Inside the golden light from the 12th palace, Wang Lin's body was surrounded by invisible water vapor. It formed a pressure that could be felt even from inside the autumn leaf. Extreme water spell. Just as the old man was observing the invisible water vapor around Wang Lin, he saw Wang Lin's body flicker. He didn't give up and charged toward the sure Sand Palace. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the clouds and charged toward the sure Sand Palace. This scene caused the black-robed descendant Emperor Ming Dao to let out a cold snort, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Celestial Emperor, I'm going to the Empyrean trial to attempt the 16th palace. I'm asking for monthly votes." Chapter 1959. Almost all the Empyrean exalts, Ascendant Empyreans, and even the 5 Grand Empyreans had their attention focused on Wang Lin's seemingly crazy actions inside the Empyrean trial. This kind of thing rarely happened in the Celestial clan. Only Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao had received such attention. However, this light would no longer belong to Ascendant Emperor Ming Dao alone. A part of it would descend on Wang Lin's body. From now on, perhaps in the history of the Celestial clan, perhaps even Wang Lin's name would be like a bright star that shined brightly in the sky and would be known by everyone who had the qualifications. In fact, in the near future, it was very likely that even the Aboriginals would hear about this. In the Celestial clan, The 49th Ascendant Empyrean had passed the 11th Palace, the 12th Palace, and now he was going to attempt the Sure Sand Palace. On Mount Emperor, Grand Empyrean Jyoti's eyes were no longer sloppy, but filled with spirit. He stared at the autumn leaves before him with a serious expression and no longer had the laziness from before. He understood that being able to pass the Sure Sand Palace, even with the soul armor, meant that this person might not be too useless. As for the Celestial Emperor, he had already appeared in the Imperial Palace. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the illusion before him. He watched as Wang Lin rushed into the Sure Sand Palace. Beside him, the black-robed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had already sat down. His divine sense was condensed in his head, and he was about to head into the Empyrean trial. At this moment, inside the Empyrean trial, Grand Empyrean Dao frowned and let out a sigh. He knew that Wang Lin had set off a storm. Even a Grand Empyrean would have to pay a price to recruit such a person. However, no matter how big the price was, it was worth it. Once this person became a Grand Empyrean in the future, everything they had done before would turn into good karma, and they would receive a generous return. Having a fellow Grand Empyrean who had experienced this kind of relationship before would allow their status in the Celestial Clan to rise greatly. Beside him, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng also let out a sigh. He could foresee that Wang Lin was going to repeat the situation of the other 4 Grand Empyreans fighting for one person, unless some unknown accident occurred. The Empyrean trial was completely silent. The Empyrean exalts silently looked at the sky. During this day, they felt the gap between them and Wang Lin had widened from the 5th Palace to the 12th Palace. Thinking back to when Wang Lin passed the 5th Palace, they felt like a joke. With their cultivation levels and status, they were not qualified to comment on an Ascendant Empyrean, much less an Ascendant Empyrean who had passed the 12th Palace. Now they could only look up to the figure in the sky. Even Shui Yu and the others were silent, and the complicated expressions on their faces had lessened significantly. After all, the gap between them was too great, a gap that was enough to erase all complicated emotions. Back then, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao stopped at the Sure Sand level. I wonder if this person can surpass him. If he passes the Sure Sand level, he will completely suppress Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and become number 1 among the Ascendant Empyreans. Even if he isn't as good as Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, he isn't far off. As for Ascendant Empyrean Zi Ta, his face was still pale. Although he knew he should change his mind, he still couldn't help but reveal a complicated expression after witnessing all of this. The Sure Sand floor, he definitely won't be able to pass. Aside from Shui Yu, Zi Tua, and company, there were more than 20 Ascendant Empyreans here. They were scattered and looking at the sky to witness this grand event. I wonder if he can pass the Sure Sand level. Among my celestial clan's Ascendant Empyreans, including Kai Wei and Ming Dao, there are a total of 9 who stopped at the Sure Sand level. Even if this Wang Lin doesn't pass the Sure Sand level, there will still be 10 Ascendant Empyreans at this level. He shouldn't be able to pass the Sure Sand level. He has a limit. These Ascendant Empyreans knew each other and passed messages to each other. They looked at the vague outline of the Sure Sand level that was hidden in the clouds. In the Sure Sand level, Wang Lin's face was pale. The moment he stepped in, the blurry void appeared before him once more. There was still fog surrounding him, and it was even thicker than the previous 2 levels. Inside the fog, Wang Lin silently pondered. The Heavenly Bull appeared among the 9 extraterrestrial spirits on the 12th level. I could feel that passing through the 12th level was already the limit of what I could do with my soul armor. After all, soul armor isn't omnipotent. It can increase my cultivation and battle prowess, but as my cultivation gets higher and higher, its effects will gradually decrease. After all, the most it can do is allow me to get infinitely close to the Heavenly Bull, but there is still a gap. Fortunately, I learned the Extreme Fire Dao in the 11th level and comprehended the Extreme Water Dao in the 12th level. Now I have mastered 2 of the 8 extreme Taos that the celestial ancestor inherited from the immemorial god realm. Can I pass the sure sand level or not? Wang Lin looked at the fog and pondered. What is Tao? Even as he pondered the question, a voice echoed out from within the mist. It was exactly the same voice that had spoken in the first 2 layers. The voice echoed out, filled with boundless pressure. As this voice echoed, Wang Lin's eyes gradually calmed down. He had already answered this question twice, and each time it was different. The first time, he used life and death as Tao. The second time, he used karma as Tao. This third time, Wang Lin understood that he used true and false as Tao. This kind of comprehension and test of Tao might be difficult for others, but in Wang Lin's eyes, he had been thinking about this since he was in the cave world. Shocking with one roar. I should have barely reached that level. Forget it. I'll stop here after passing the sure sand level. Even if those grand Empyreans can see that I have the soul armor, it should be enough to explain the problem. Wang Lin pondered and made up his mind. Life and death as a rope is Tao. When the 2 ends of the rope are connected, they form a circle. This is karma, and this is Tao. Humans have a dream barrier. They can't tell when they're awake from a dream and when they're asleep. This dream barrier prevents all living beings from seeing the world clearly, causing them to be immersed in truth and falsehood, unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, the power that can break through the dream barrier and open your eyes is called truth and falsehood, and also the Tao. As the voice echoed, Wang Lin's mind became clear. He thought about his dream Tao in Suzuka's 60 years and slowly spoke. As his words echoed, the fog that covered the area before him dissipated, revealing the complete star system. Time passed. After 1 incense stick of time, everyone looked at the sure sand level with regret and hesitation in their eyes. This is a lot more time than when he was in the 12th level. This shows how difficult the sure sand level is. It looks like he really has to stop at the sure sand level. After all, he has a limit. That's right. He became one of the top 10 Ascendant Empyreans in my celestial clan, the first time he became an Ascendant Empyrean. This is enough for him to be famous. Unfortunately, if he could pass the sure sand level, he would be second only to Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei and become one of the 3 strongest Ascendant Empyreans in my celestial clan. In the end, he still hasn't surpassed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The Ascendant Empyreans here all spread out their divine senses. Some felt regret, and some felt relief. Is he at his limit? Grand Empyrean Dao, he looked at the sky and relaxed a bit. If Wang Lin couldn't pass the sure sand level, it would be easier for him to recruit him. Just as everyone was guessing that Wang Lin would stop at the sure sand level, the ancient transfer array in the distance released a burst of light. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a young man in black. His appearance didn't suppress the commotion caused by Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng's arrival at all. Everyone who saw him became spirited. It was as if his appearance would bring a new storm to the Empyrean trial. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. He is Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Even he came. If this Wang Lin doesn't pass the sure sand level, it's fine. But if he does, I wonder what expression Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao will have. Not all of the Empyrean exalts had seen Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao before, but they all knew who he was. They looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao with respect and a hint of expectation. They were looking forward to what would happen when Wang Lin appeared and their gazes met. The strongest Ascendant Empyrean, the strongest under Grand Empyrean. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao actually came here at this time. This matter is interesting. This Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao obviously can't calm down. After all, this Wang Lin is clearly going to surpass him. If he doesn't come, it would be a bit unbecoming of him. This Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has always been arrogant, and it has been a long time since anyone has challenged him. Even Ascendant Empyrean Kai Wei could only be suppressed by Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. The ones who truly understand Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao are the Ascendant Empyrean cultivators at the same level. Their expressions didn't change. But after their gazes swept past each other, there was expectation in their hearts. Ming Dao greets Grand Empyrean Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng. The young man in black had a cold expression and didn't even look at the Empyrean Exalts or Ascendant Empyreans. Instead, he clasped his hands at Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng. Wu Feng looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and let out a sigh. He had given Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao excellent conditions, but Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao still chose the Celestial Emperor. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Feng suddenly looked up. Not only him, but everyone here was shocked. They no longer paid attention to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the 13th floor of the palace that was covered by the clouds suddenly emitted a golden glow. The golden glow completely penetrated the clouds and turned them golden, as if the entire sky had turned golden in an instant. He passed the sure sand level. When Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao became an Ascendant Empyrean, he stopped at the sure sand level. Now Wang Lin has passed the sure sand level and has surpassed Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's pupils shrank as he stared at the sky, and his expression became gloomy. The third chapter is over, asking for monthly votes. This chapter was over, but it was unknown if Wang Lin would stop here. This chapter already gave a hint. Chapter 1960. At this moment, the entire Empyrean trial seemed to boil. The Empyrean Exalts were extremely shocked that Wang Lin had passed the Sure Sand Palace. They had thought they had overestimated Wang Lin, but they hadn't expected their guess to be wrong. The Sure Sand Palace. How much battle power does this Wang Lin have left? Could it be that he's going to break through the 19th palace in a row today? This person has shocked the world in one day. The Ascendant Empyreans all looked at the sky with shock in their eyes. They had enough reason to be shocked by Wang Lin's performance today. The moment the Sure Sand Palace flashed, someone looked at Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. A moment later, almost everyone's gazes gathered on Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Wang Lin's action of passing the Sure Sand Palace was a challenge to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao looked at the sky calmly, but a cold aura spread out from his body as if a storm was gathering inside his body. As the cold aura spread out, the uproar suddenly stopped. In the sky, outside the Sure Sand Palace, Wang Lin's figure appeared. His face was extremely pale, and after he appeared, he didn't attempt the 14th palace. Instead, his body gradually sank. As it sank down, the surrounding cultivators all looked over in silence. Why aren't you continuing? As Wang Lin sank, a cold voice came from Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's mouth. The moment this voice echoed across the Empyrean trial, the hearts of all the cultivators trembled. Their eyes revealed a strange light, and they were filled with anticipation. They could feel that a storm would appear next. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's expression was calm, and he didn't speak. Beside him, Grand Empyrean Wu Feng smiled as if he hadn't heard anything. He looked at the two Ascendant Empyreans from the Celestial clan. They were both extremely outstanding people, and he wanted to see what they would do next. This scene was even more attractive to the surrounding cultivators than Wang Lin entering the Empyrean trial. Even the people on the Celestial clan outside the Empyrean trial became interested. On Mount Emperor, Grand Empyrean Jioti looked at the autumn leaves before him with bright eyes. To be able to pass the Sure Sand layer, this person is worth recruiting. Now that Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's words are threatening, interesting. I wonder how this Wang Lin will reply. Looking at his appearance, it seems like the Sure Sand layer is not easy, but even so, it is enough for his reputation to spread. Central Continent's royal family. Inside the palace hall, the Celestial Emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, looked at the illusory scene in front of him with a smile on his face. He only passed the Sure Sand level, so there's nothing to worry about. Ming Dao's personality is a bit arrogant, and he doesn't allow Ascendant Empyreans to surpass him. Even when he becomes an ascendant Empyrean for the first time, he won't allow anyone better than him to appear. This personality is not good, but he can integrate it into his cultivation, so it's not bad. Forget it. I'll let Ming Dao teach that Wang Lin a lesson, so he knows that even though he has passed the sure sand level, he has to lower his head when he comes to the Imperial City. Eastern Continent, Purple Yang Sect. The middle-aged man looked at the mirror before him and frowned. Ming Dao, this person is a bit too much. To speak in such a tone before all the Empyrean exalts is clearly filled with contempt. In the Empyrean trial, Wang Lin, who had descended to the 9th layer, suddenly stopped and looked at the youth in black, coldly looking at him. "Who are you?" Wang Lin slowly asked. He naturally saw the hostility in the youth in black. Ming Dao, the youth in black's expression was cold and filled with arrogance. "I'm asking you, why did you stop?" Wang Lin frowned. After pondering a bit, he guessed why the youth was like this. It was obvious he had passed the sure sand level and surpassed this person. After becoming an ascendant Empyrean, there are very few people with such a personality. This person, Wang Lin looked at ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, and his eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He entered the Dao with pride and arrogance. He cultivated with pride and wouldn't allow anyone to surpass him. This pride filled his mind. No wonder he could become number one among ascendant Empyreans. He likely doesn't care about worldly affairs and wholeheartedly focuses on his Tao of pride. Wang Lin faintly smiled and ignored the young man in black. He turned into a ray of light and flew toward where Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng were. Wang Lin greets the two Grand Empyreans. "I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Before Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng, Wang Lin ignored ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and clasped his hands at them. "To be able to pass the sure sand level means you are at the peak of my celestial clan. Wang Lin, I'll go find you." Grand Empyrean Wu Feng smiled and nodded at Wang Lin. "Haha, little friend Wang Lin, since you remember our agreement, then I'll go find you. As for the specific conditions, we can talk about them in detail when we meet." Grand Empyrean Dao Yi smiled with admiration in his eyes. Wang Lin clasped his hands at Dao, Yi, and Wu Feng once more. Then he ignored ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and charged toward the ancient transfer array to leave this place. He felt that he had already shocked the world with a single brilliant feat and achieved his goal. Furthermore, if he had not used some of the power of his clone in the void, he would not have been able to pass through the 13th level with just his soul armor and the 9 foreign spiritual beasts. Therefore, he decided to stop here. The sure sand level was enough to attract the attention of the Grand Empyreans. The surrounding cultivators' gazes followed Wang Lin's actions, but they were slightly disappointed in their hearts. It looks like this Wang Lin doesn't dare to provoke ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. This is because he knows himself. After all, he only passed the sure sand level, while ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is the first ascendant Empyrean to pass the 15th level. However, this ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is a bit aggressive. His words didn't sound like they were questioning him. How is he aggressive? We cultivators respect the strong. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao is number one under Grand Empyreans, so he should be like this. Instead, this Wang Lin directly ignores him. He is a bit arrogant. The surrounding discussions were no longer transmitted by divine sense, but began to buzz as if they had a purpose. The discussions gradually became louder and louder. Even though Wang Lin had arrived at the ancient transfer array, he could still hear some of it. Wang Lin frowned and looked at the cultivators behind him. Under his gaze, the discussions suddenly stopped. Wang Lin turned around and was about to leave the Empyrean trial through the transfer array. However, just at this moment, someone didn't want him to leave. A cold voice came from the sky. The young man in black, ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, coldly said, "Are you going to leave just like this? This lord has already asked you twice." Wang Lin stopped and pondered a bit before turning to look at ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. There is no anchor. Wang is not going to continue and is going to leave. "What do you want?" "Nothing. I just want you to try the 14th palace. Once you fail, you can leave," the young man in black slowly said, and the arrogance in his eyes became even stronger. When Wang Lin heard this, he suddenly laughed and no longer paid any attention to Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. His body flickered and the transfer array under his feet shined. However, just at this moment, there was a flash of killing intent in Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's eyes. Presumptuous. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the transfer array. With this, the entire Empyrean trial trembled. A giant finger appeared and shot toward the transfer array. Fighting was prohibited in the Empyrean trial. This was an ancient rule, but Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao didn't care about this rule and directly attacked. This rule wasn't set by the celestial ancestor, but by the later generations. Therefore, even if someone attacked, it wouldn't cause the Empyrean trial to change. However, few people dared to disobey this rule. As soon as the gigantic finger appeared, the energy of heaven and earth in the area surged, causing all of the surrounding cultivators to gasp. Their faces filled with astonishment, they began to back up. He dares to attack here. He is indeed worthy of being the #1 person under Grand Empyrean. He dares to violate the rules here. This rule was set by Grand Empyrean. This Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao sure has guts. The giant finger whistled through the air toward Wang Lin. If Wang Lin didn't resist, his divine sense would be damaged during the transfer, and it was likely his divine sense would collapse during the transfer. However, if he dodged, he would be forced out of the transfer array and unable to leave. This kind of behavior was undoubtedly killing Wang Lin's spirit in front of everyone. At the same time, it was a serious blow to the reputation he had gained from passing the Sure Sand Palace. This allowed Wang Lin to gain fame and let everyone know how strong he, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao, was. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao also knew that although there weren't many battles between Ascendant Empyreans, as long as it wasn't too much, Grand Empyreans wouldn't interfere. Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Grand Empyrean Wu Feng frowned. Dao Yi hesitated and didn't speak, but Grand Empyrean Wu Feng let out a cold snort. Ming Dao, you sure have guts. You dare to attack here. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. But just at this moment, a long laugh came from the cultivators below. A celestial exalt cultivator's body suddenly erupted with golden light, and a phantom appeared around him. This phantom was wearing a golden robe and a crown. It was the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor had used his special spell to appear here. He waved his right hand at Wu Feng and immediately resolved the power of Wu Feng's sleeve. Inside the transfer array, Wang Lin suddenly looked up. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he revealed killing intent. He originally didn't want to cause more trouble here and wanted to leave. However, Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's action made Wang Lin feel a chill. He wouldn't allow his goal to be destroyed by the other party. Wang Lin's body flickered, and as the finger closed in, he walked out of the transfer array. After he walked out, the finger suddenly dissipated. It was as if the finger had never intended to kill him and was just taunting him. Chapter 1961. Celestial Emperor. What is the meaning of this? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Celestial Emperor's shadow around the Empyrean Exalt. Wu Feng, don't be angry. The underworld Dao didn't hurt anyone, so this isn't a violation of the rules. The Celestial Emperor around the Empyrean Exalt smiled, but his expression was indisputable. He didn't even look at Wang Lin, who was outside the transfer array. Not really. If Wang Lin hadn't left the transfer array, his divine sense would have been damaged during the transfer. This kind of action not only violates the rules of the Empyrean trial, it is also shameless. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng waved his sleeve and his eyes shined. He didn't back down at all. The Celestial Emperor smiled and slowly said, Wu Feng, your words are a bit excessive. Is this child injured? Wu Feng coldly looked at the Celestial Emperor and didn't speak. Since he's not injured, then why did you say he attacked? Wu Feng, I know you like this child and want to recruit him. I won't fight with you over this matter. This kind of cultivator, the Celestial Emperor lowered his head and looked at Wang Lin. The Celestial Emperor slowly said, "He is only a chicken rib. He is wearing the soul armor, so he can pass the Sure Sand layer. However, without the soul armor, it would be difficult for him to even become an Ascendant Empyrean. He was the Celestial Emperor, the 8th Extreme Empyrean. His words carried more weight than all Ascendant Empyreans. The moment he spoke, a storm was set off in the Empyrean trial. Most of the Empyrean Exalts and Ascendant Empyreans didn't know that Wang Lin had the soul armor. They originally thought that Wang Lin had relied on his own strength to pass the Sure Sand layer step by step. However, after hearing the Celestial Emperor's words, a shocking buzz erupted. He has the soul armor. This person is actually so shameless. I was wondering how he could pass through the Sure Sand layer from the 5th layer. So that's how it is. With the power of the soul armor, even I can do it. No wonder he was able to pass through each palace so quickly. So this is the case. This person's actual cultivation level is only around the 5th palace. It is because he is wearing the soul armor that he was able to reach this step. He can fool us, but he can't fool the Grand Empyreans. I was almost fooled by him. This Wang Lin is shameless to the extreme. What Ascendant Empyrean? He's just an ordinary Empyrean. I'm afraid that after he takes off his soul armor, I can kill him in one breath. Humph, I suspect that he doesn't even have the cultivation of an Empyrean. The only reason he can come here is because of the power of the soul armor. Look at his cultivation level. It is clearly at the mid-stage of Void Tribulate, not even Golden Exalt. I thought he was deliberately hiding it, but now it looks like he is just a little mid-stage Void Tribulate cultivator. No wonder he passed through the Sure Sand layer. Only Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Grand Empyrean Wu Feng came. Grand Empyrean Jiu Ti never appeared. It is clear that he has already seen through this person's shamelessness and disdain to recruit him. How is this person talented? He is clearly someone who deceives the world and deceives us. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come here to take a look. The Empyrean Exalts were angry mostly because of their jealousy. This jealousy was suppressed by the huge gap, but now that they knew it was all fake, it immediately erupted. The Ascendant Empyreans all had strange expressions as they looked at Wang Lin below. He is wearing the soul armor. But even with the soul armor, to be able to pass through the Sure Sand layer means he has some ability. I didn't expect it to be like this. This person is very famous. When he became one of the top 3 Ascendant Empyreans, he was pointed out by the Celestial Emperor without any hesitation. Could he have a grudge against the Celestial Emperor? This is not right. If it were so simple, Grand Empyrean Dao Yi and Grand Empyrean Wu Feng wouldn't have come to watch. The surrounding discussions buzzed, and Wang Lin heard them. Wang Lin silently stood there with a pale face. He was also the center of attention, but compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. This was the purpose of the Celestial Emperor. He wouldn't let Wang Lin easily gain fame, so he had pointed it out at this critical moment. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, he faintly smiled. So you were wearing the soul armor to pass the Sure Sand layer. I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to leave and not try the 14th layer. I fear the soul armor's time is up and you can no longer pretend, so you have to leave immediately. Forget it. A cultivator like you isn't qualified for me to look at. Scram. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao sneered. After looking at Wang Lin, he waved his sleeve. What a disappointment. Facing the discussions of the cultivators and their gazes of contempt, Grand Empyrean Dao, he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he let out a sigh. He knew that this cultivator, named Wang Lin, would be completely infamous in the Celestial clan from now on. For the Celestial Emperor to say something like this, it must be related to this child. This way, his reputation is very bad. This person, forget it, I shouldn't try to recruit him. Although this child is different from everyone's understanding, he is now crippled. Dao Yi let out a sigh and didn't speak. He had already given up on Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the angry voice of a woman came from the crowd. This voice contained her full cultivation and echoed across the Empyrean trial. All of you, shut up. You don't know anything. Wang Lin could already battle me decades ago, before he wore the soul armor. How could he be like what you all say? Even if he wore the soul armor, so what? This proves that he has obtained the recognition of a spirit from another world and has been granted power. This is his own cultivation. 13th level. He has the power to pass through the 13th level. Which one of you who ridiculed him dares to go up and fight him? If you're jealous, you can go and obtain the soul armor. See how difficult it is compared to the Empyrean trial. This voice came from Empyrean Exalt High Z. Empyrean Exalt High Z was very famous in the Celestial clan. This was related to her teacher, Grand Empyrean GOT, and her own cultivation. After she spoke, the surroundings suddenly became silent. Wang Lin remained silent as he stood outside the transfer array with a pale face. Under everyone's questioning gazes, he looked up at the furious Empyrean Exalt High Z in the distance. Little High, don't spout nonsense. Be it Empyrean Venerables or Ascendant Empyreans, the most important thing is to cultivate yourself. There is a limit to relying on external forces. This Wang Lin and Sure San are the limits. After that, it will be hundreds or thousands of years before they can take another step forward. What is the use of temporarily reaching this level? The Celestial Emperor shook his head and slowly spoke. You cultivators must remember this principle. Don't let external things delay your own cultivation. This Wang Lin is an example. You must learn from him. External force? The title of Grand Empyrean is also an external force passed down from the immemorial God realm. If what you said is true, then which one of us hasn't obtained this external force? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Even you, Celestial Emperor, Grand Empyrean Baji, I remember that you were only an Empyrean Exalt. If not for the fact that your bloodline inherited the celestial ancestors' legacy, would your bloodline have continued to inherit the title of Baji? External force is also a type of force. As long as this force can destroy everything, who would dare to say anything? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's expression was cold as he looked at the Celestial Emperor and spoke once more. You call him a weakling, but don't you know that in the eyes of the celestial ancestor, perhaps you are also a weakling? Wu Feng was already extremely impolite with his words. The Celestial Emperor looked at Wu Feng, and his expression gradually became cold. How can this soul armor compare to the title of a Grand Empyrean? Wu Feng, I'm very surprised that you still value someone like this. The Sure San level is the limit for this child with the soul armor, but if he obtains the title of Grand Empyrean, he can easily pass the 19th level. Do you think it's the same? Forget the 19th level. If he can pass the 15th level, Lien Daojian, will help him clear his name and send out a decree to let everyone in the Celestial Clan know that he is the #1 person under the Grand Empyreans of the Celestial Clan. However, can he do it? Wu Feng silently pondered. The Celestial Emperor smiled, as if he didn't care about Wu Feng's words at all. He turned around, and his shadow was about to dissipate. Ming Dao, return to the palace. It's over here. Dao, he let out a sigh, and was about to leave the Empyrean trial. Even the Empyrean Exalts and Ascendant Empyreans here all had the thought of leaving. This show was over. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao coldly looked at Wang Lin, who had been silent the entire time. He sneered and was about to leave. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He raised his head and looked at the Celestial Emperor that was about to disappear. The 15th level? Celestial Emperor, watch carefully. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but a power was gathering inside his body like crazy. At this moment, the power erupted, and he turned into a ray of light that flew into the sky. His action caused Dao Yi to stop and the Celestial Emperor to frown. His dissipating body immediately condensed, and he looked at Wang Lin. Wu Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Lin's figure that was flying into the sky like a dragon. Not only them, but everyone in the Empyrean trial raised their heads and looked at Wang Lin. What is he going to do? Could it be that he really wants to continue? His soul armor is already the limit. What can he use to continue? Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao looked at Wang Lin's figure and suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He had a bad feeling. At the same time, outside the Empyrean trial, Grand Empyrean Jioti suddenly stood up and stared at the autumn leaf before him. He had seen everything before and agreed with the Celestial Emperor's words. Now that he saw Wang Lin's actions, there was a rare hint of surprise in his eyes. What right does this child have to continue? There was also the Purple Yang sect in the Eastern continent. Grand Empyrean Gemini seemed to have had enough fun and had returned. When they saw Wang Lin being pointed at by everyone, they were very angry. When they saw Wang Lin fly into the sky, they were filled with anticipation. Wang Lin. Behind Grand Empyrean Gemini, the tormented greedy wolf stared dumbfoundedly at the mirror, his mind blank. The good show is about to begin. Let's get some monthly votes. Chapter 1962. At this moment, in the Empyrean trial, Wang Lin's figure charged into the sky. He didn't want this to happen. He originally wanted to pass the sure sand level, but the Celestial Emperor's words made Wang Lin's heart burn with anger. This anger proved his previous guess that the trip to the Imperial City would be extremely dangerous. That was why the Celestial Emperor wanted to deal a blow to Wang Lin's momentum so that no Grand Empyreans would recruit him. Even if they did, they wouldn't treat him the same way they did when he passed the sure sand level. This method was the most direct, but it was extremely effective. From his most glorious moment, he had fallen from the peak of everyone's attention to being scorned by everyone. This was a strong contrast that Wang Lin could ignore. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about this kind of thing, but if he did this, his shocking goal would be a farce. Not only would it fail, but it would also make him infamous across the Celestial clan. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Even if it was the Celestial Emperor, he would fight him. 15th Palace, good. Since you all think my sure sand level is the end, then today I'll be completely arrogant and erupt. Celestial Emperor, for you to be so despicable, I can see the shamelessness in your bloodline. No wonder the person sealed under the Donglin sect had resentment that lingered after death and said such despicable words. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He was very fast and instantly arrived at the sure sand level. In a flash, he moved like a dragon and charged toward the 14th palace. When Wang Lin was about to enter the 14th palace, he stopped and looked down. Celestial Emperor, open your eyes and watch Wang carefully. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao immediately shouted, presumptuous. However, the Celestial Emperor's expression remained the same, and he faintly smiled. I'm watching to see if you can pass the 15th palace. However, his pupils shrank an undetectable amount. Wang Lin sneered. Since he had torn off all pretenses, he no longer had any scruples. Once this matter spread, he would be safer in the Imperial City. He took a step forward and entered the 14th level. The soul armor doesn't have much time left. Since I've chosen to shock everyone, I'll use the avatar in the law of the immortal astral continent. Avatar fused with the soul. Wang Lin's figure disappeared from the 14th palace. After Wang Lin entered the 14th level, the cultivators below were silent. This sudden change was no less shocking than the fact that Wang Lin had used his soul armor to pass the sure sand level. Among the current Ascendant Empyreans, only Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and Kai Wei have passed the 14th palace. This Wang Lin is someone who deceives the world. He can't pass it. The reason why he's acting like this is probably because he's angry out of humiliation and he's planning to risk his life. Interesting. Today's events in the Empyrean trial have been full of twists and turns. I wonder what the final change will be. There's no need to think about it. This person can't pass it. His soul armor has already run out of time. So what right does he have to pass it? The Empyrean exalts coldly looked at the sky. They were all very indifferent toward Wang Lin and felt even more contempt. As for the dozens of ascendant Empyreans, they all looked at the sky with different thoughts. However, most of them believed that Wang Lin would fail. They believed that Wang Lin's actions were like a trapped beast going crazy. Grand Empyrean Dao, he looked at the sky and frowned. He also didn't think Wang Lin could pass the 14th palace. His heart isn't strong enough to risk his life after just a few words from the Celestial Emperor. This child is not worth recruiting. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao sneered as if this was the only expression he had. However, there was a hint of dread in his eyes as he looked at the sky. He didn't know why, but he felt like something was wrong. The Celestial Emperor beside him remained silent. His expression was calm, but there was some hesitation in his heart. Based on my understanding of him, unless he is confident, he rarely does this. However, he doesn't have a soul armor, so it will be difficult for him to pass the 14th palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to leave. He is just asking to be humiliated. However, just as the Celestial Emperor had this thought, only 9 breaths of time passed. Suddenly, there was a burst of dazzling, golden light. This golden light came from the 14th palace. It penetrated the clouds and shrouded the area. This golden light was extremely dazzling. It pierced the eyes of all the cultivators below and into their minds. 9 breaths. Impossible. He took so long to pass the Sure Sand Palace. How could he pass the even more difficult 14th palace in 9 breaths? He actually passed it. Isn't his soul armor no longer usable? He doesn't have a soul armor. So, isn't he only able to pass the 5th palace? Could it be that he has other soul armors? Grand Empyrean Dao, he was startled. His body flickered, and he charged into the sky to see the bright light from the 14th palace up close. He actually passed the 14th palace. Ming Dao was filled with killing intent as he stared at the sky. It doesn't matter. It is only the 14th palace. The Celestial Emperor looked at the sky, and his pupils shrank once more before he slowly closed his eyes. In the sky, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the 14th palace. He didn't stop or rest at all. Instead, he charged toward the 15th palace. As his figure entered the 15th palace, the crowd below began to buzz violently. He passed the 14th palace in 9 breaths of time, and then charged to the 15th palace. Could it be that we misunderstood him before? Even if he has a soul armor, it is still extremely amazing to be able to reach the 15th palace. Grand Empyrean Dao, he stared at the sky. He originally wanted to give up, but he suddenly thought about it again. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. When Wang Lin entered the 15th palace for 9 breaths, the 15th palace erupted with dazzling golden light once more. This golden light penetrated the clouds and rapidly spread. The appearance of this golden light was like a giant palm that mercilessly slapped the Celestial Emperor's face. The Celestial Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a rare look of shock. Grand Empyrean Dao, he took a deep breath, and his eyes shined brightly. We have all seen this child. He has even more terrifying potential than Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. Even the soul armor is a part of his strength. At the very least, even if it was someone else wearing the same soul armor, who would dare to say they could pass the 15th palace? Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's expression was calm, but he revealed a smile. He didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. He didn't hesitate to confront the Celestial Emperor because he wanted to make a bet. Once he succeeded, Wang Lin would remember this. Even if Wang Lin didn't immediately choose to follow him, once Wang Lin became a Grand Empyrean, it would be a good karma. 15th palace. He passed the 15th palace. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. His arrogance made it impossible for him to accept something like this happening. He suddenly charged into the sky. This scene was witnessed by everyone, causing the cultivators to cry out in surprise. He still passed 1 palace in 9 breaths. This Wang Lin is not what we thought he was. This person has a powerful cultivation and is not someone we can figure out. He was clearly hiding his strength and didn't want to stand out too much. If it wasn't for the Celestial Emperor forcing him, he wouldn't have tried. That's right, there must be some secret between him and the Celestial Emperor. That's why the Celestial Emperor attacked him like that. The same thoughts appeared among the Ascendant Empyrean cultivators. At this moment, they no longer felt disdain for Wang Lin. There was only a complicated sense of admiration. No matter what method he used, being able to pass the 15th palace was strength. Empyrean Exalt High Z smiled when she saw this. She looked at the sky. Although she knew that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger and that she could only look up at the sky, she was still very happy. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao's figure flew out and brought this uproar to a new height. The moment Wang Lin walked out from the 15th palace and flew toward the 16th palace, the two of them stepped into the 16th palace at the same time. The Empyrean trial didn't only allow one person to enter at a time. The two of them entered at the same time, but wouldn't meet. They would enter separately. The 16th palace hadn't emitted any golden light in countless years. It wasn't like the 15th palace below, which had emitted golden light once. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao and Wang Lin are going to attempt the 16th palace at the same time. Who will succeed? Grand Empyrean Dao Yi's eyes shined as he looked at the sky, and anticipation appeared in his heart. After all, one of them had been famous for many years, and the other had just risen to fame. Both of them entering the 16th palace at the same time was a major event for the entire Celestial clan. Wu Feng's expression also became serious. Each level of the Empyrean trial was more difficult than the last. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao had attempted the 16th palace twice and failed both times. The Celestial Emperor was in the distance, and his expression was extremely gloomy. With his status, the words he had just spoken had been blown away by someone else. It was like an invisible slap to his face. At this moment, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 9 breaths went by. The moment the 9th breath began, the 16th palace that hadn't emitted any light for countless years erupted with dazzling golden light. Golden light, this is the 16th palace. The 16th palace has been passed. Among the current Ascendant Empyreans, no one has passed the 16th palace before. Who is it? Which of the two of them passed? 9 breaths, it must be Wang Lin. Not necessarily. Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao has been famous for many years. If he wasn't confident, how could he easily attempt it? In my opinion, it must be Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao this time. Dao Yi, Wu Feng, and the Celestial Emperor all looked up. They also wanted to know who it was. Empyrean Exalt High Z nervously looked at the sky, but soon her eyes were filled with joy. Outside the 16th palace, Wang Lin walked out. His face was slightly pale, and he didn't immediately go to the 17th palace. He stood there and looked at the palace as if he was waiting for Ascendant Empyrean Ming Dao. This scene caused Dao Yi's eyes to widen. Grand Empyrean Wu Feng's eyes were filled with shock. As for the Celestial Emperor, his expression changed to one of disbelief. Forget them. Even Grand Empyrean GOT on Mount Emperor gasped. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.